Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to quickly run through the agenda for this evening. Tonight, we will have a proclamation recognizing November as Municipal Government Works Month. We will have a presentation this evening, quarterly financial report for the first quarter. Our voting session this evening is the second reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code regarding the use of the city seal or logo. There has been, in terms of work sessions this evening, there has been a change to the agenda. We are going to be delaying the amending the Tacoma Park Code to expand the homeowner property tax credit program, so we will not be discussing that tonight. But we do have three other work sessions. The first is a contract for rent stabilization study. The second is immigration support services. And the last item is options to address the requirements of the noise ordinance. On Tuesday, November the 11th, is Veterans Day. City offices and facilities are closed in recognition of Veterans Day. On Wednesday, November the 12th, the council will meet at its regular scheduled time at 7:30. We will have three presentations that evening. The first is the FY25 Annual Compensation Financial Report and Audit. Second is the Police Employees Retirement Plan Actuarial Evaluation. And the other item is the City Manager FY27 Budget Projections. We will have three voting items that evening. The first is the first reading ordinance awarding a contract for a rent stabilization study. The second is the first reading ordinance approving use of unassigned reserves to fund the immigrant support services. And the third item is a single reading ordinance approving the purchase, installation, and service of a new council dais. We will then have work sessions that evening. The first is the finalization of the legislative priorities. The second is development and implementation of the community connectors model. And we're tentatively slated to discuss the New Hampshire Ave Recreation Center. On Thursday, November the 13th, the council will have a closed session. Vote will be at 7:30 in the auditorium. On Monday, November the 17th is the Community Budget Forum. That will be remote. I want to encourage everyone to call in, or participate via the links that are provided on the city website. On November the 19th through the 22nd is the National League of Cities City Conference, Salt Lake City. Many members of council will be attending that event. And on Wednesday, November the 19th, the City Council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have a few presentations that evening. The first is the Council Compensation Committee final report, the new Ave Bikeways update, financial forecast preliminary results by the financial consultant, and the budget survey result for the council and the community. The voting session will be the second reading ordinance approving use of unassigned reserves to fund the immigrant support services. And then we will have two work sessions that evening. The first is the council budget priorities. And the second item is the Public Safety Task Force update. On Wednesday, November the 26th, the City Council will not meet. In recognition of Thursday, November the 27th is Thanksgiving, and city offices and facilities are closed Thursday through Sunday in recognition of the Thanksgiving holiday. And so with that, I will move to our first item this evening, which is a proclamation of November as Municipal Government Works Month. Proclaiming November as Municipal Government Works Month. Whereas the city of Tacoma Park is one of 157 incorporated cities and towns in Maryland. And whereas municipal government represents the level of government closest to the people, allowing residents to have direct access to their elected officials. And whereas municipalities enhance the quality of life of their residents by providing various essential services tailored to the particular needs and desires of the community. And whereas the city of Tacoma Park maintains municipal facilities, streets, sidewalks, parks, natural areas, collects refuge and recycling, clears snow and leaves, manages stormwater facilities, protect tenants through rent stabilization and other laws, provides recreation classes and programs, maintains a full-service municipal library, and a full-service police department. And whereas the city of Tacoma Park is committed to excellence in public service and recognize the vital role the municipal employees play in maintaining and enhancing the quality of life for all who live, work, and visit our community. And whereas in an effort to educate residents about municipal government and the importance of active and informed participation by residents, the city of Tacoma Park is proud to promote municipal government awareness. And whereas the city of Tacoma Park joins Maryland municipalities in celebrating and professionalism and dedication of municipal officials and employees who work diligently to serve the communities with integrity. And now, therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby proclaim November to be Municipal Government Works Month in the City of Tacoma Park. And I encourage residents to learn more about their local government, to recognize the importance of civic participation, and to appreciate the essential role municipal services play in building a sustainable and vibrant community. And so with that, we're going to move to public comments on voting items. And just as a reminder, the voting item this evening is a single reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code regarding the use of the city seal or logo. Do we have any public comments on voting items this evening? Do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Okay, thank you. And we're going to move to general public comments this evening. Just as a reminder, I would ask for people to please, when you introduce yourself, provide your name, your ward, and you will have, if you know it, it's okay if you don't, and you will have 3 minutes unless you have been told otherwise. So now we're going to move to general public comments this evening. Are there any general public comments? Come on down, Paul, you're a regular.
Good evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. I want to talk about rent stabilization. I strongly encourage the mayor and council to reject the proposal to hire an outside consultant for the rent stabilization study until and unless any consultant agrees to conform to the original best practices of tenant protection, affordability, and the realistic engagement of tenants and landlords that honor the original goals outlined in last June's HCD presentation. Also ask this council to strongly assert that no net loss of affordable housing is the goal, and that the goal should not be to align with the county policy. Montgomery County rent stabilization policy allows rent increases based on the Consumer Price Index plus 3%, where our city ordinance requires that rent increases based on the CPI. Last year, the county increase was some 6%, while our increase was limited to the 2.4% of the CPI. That's a big difference. The county also exempts new builds for 23 years from taxes, while our Tacoma Park ordinance exempts rent increases to relief to 5 years. That's another big difference. Now to the RSG proposal. Have any council members seen the other 3 proposals and references? All 4 should be available to the council and those most affected. Why has the most expensive proposal been selected? The consultant being proposed is from California. How will they conduct interviews here? Hire another consultant? Do it on Zoom? Furthermore, the review panel missed the mark on 2 of the 5 metrics identified by HCD, cost and local expertise. How will a California outfit with mobile home Park references understand a high-density, East Coast urban environment like Tacoma Park. Finally, Tacoma Park Housing's division purpose is to, quote, oversight and compliance monitoring of the rent stabilization ordinance and city housing laws, end quote. Where's the housing division's report? Why must we pay for another consultant? And what has this department done to assess the parameters of their own RFP for the study? I'm an old carpenter, but I can still count. And as someone who lived in rentals in D.C. Before I went to college, I can still smell a rat. The housing division already subcontracts housing inspections for some $300,000 to the county. What exactly do they do, if not keep statistics and analyze data? With the current $1.9 million deficit in the budget, the housing division needs to do their job.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Hello.
Hello. And you requested 5 minutes, is that
do,
correct? Okay.
Yes, on behalf of
Community
Community
Vision?
Vision for Tacoma.
Okay. Can we make sure that former Councilmember Gibson receives 5 minutes? There you go.
Randy Gibson, Ward 3, and I'm speaking on behalf of Community Vision for Tacoma, otherwise known as CVT. A rent stabilization policy review. Why should we care? Why should residents care? Do tenants know that the Tacoma Park ordinance limits rent increases for half the city's renters to the rate of inflation, 2.4% this past year? Do they know that allowable rent increases in most of the rest of Montgomery County this year is 5.7%, and no caps in Rockville and Gaithersburg? Do homeowners know that half of our neighbors and our renters, and that many of their children wouldn't be in our neighborhoods or our schools if not for our progressive rent stabilization ordinance? Isn't this law what makes us the progressive and inclusive neighborhood and community that we claim to be? The city plans to pay a consultant at least $85,000 to help the council and staff begin reviewing this important ordinance. Unfortunately, the timing is problematic and potentially dangerous for the participation of our immigrant population. 83% of renter households are non-white. The federal government's proposed cutbacks to affordable housing makes the timing even worse. Community Vision for Tacoma recommends delay, but we will continue to monitor the study whenever it proceeds. We care about and are proud of our city's leadership on progressive rent stabilization. Due in large part to this law, our community is socioeconomically and racially diverse. All of us are stakeholders in this review. Consistent with the city's 2019-30 Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan, CVT supports a rent stabilization review that focuses on protecting the most vulnerable from displacement. CVT will consult with and advocate with tenants to protect them from displacement as a result of possible rent increases or other proposed changes. We will also support changes that help small landlords address any unnecessary administrative burden for receiving fair return. We will also support ways to enhance both the quality and number of low to moderate income housing. Building on the RFP's scope, I include with this testimony specific review recommendations for consideration by the consultant, council, and staff. We care. Frankly, we are concerned that some city leaders may ascribe to a one-dimensional development agenda at the expense of robust tenant protection. The suggestion that rent stabilization is preventing development in Tacoma Park has not been backed up by actual evidence. It also ignores other factors, including the fact that the city is quote unquote already densely developed for a city study and has highest property tax rate in the county. To adequately analyze any barriers to additional multifamily housing, a much broader and deeper study would be required of relevant policies, economic trends, land use research, and involving a wider set of stakeholders. It is clear nationally that moneyed interests have successfully lobbied to reduce the role of government in truly affordable housing. We are asking our city to buck this trend, protect our social contract, and maintain the city's robust and progressive role in preserving our economic, racial, and social diversity. As I noted, I have included separately a list of recommendations. Example one, clarify that the city's Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan and its three objectives, preserving, producing, and protecting, will provide the foundation for the three pillars of our housing policy. 2, review contextual changes in the overall policy landscape and their bearing on the program at least since 2010. 3, research and report back on a few of the following data sets. Racial equity impacts of policies tracked over time. Rent-stabilized units converted to homeownership by tenants. Quality and safety of units in rent-stabilized buildings. And 4, plan secure meetings with tenants on their premises in stabilized housing buildings. As Tacoma Park residents and advocates for good government, CVT welcomes the opportunity ahead to share input and discuss this with you. Thank you for your openness to broad community engagement. In that spirit, we urge the council to define and clarify effectiveness, the stated goal in the proposed ordinance. Lastly, I trust that the council and staff will consider and forward these recommendations to the consultant selected.
Thank you very much, and thank you for providing those comments in writing. Do we have any other general public comments?
Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. As you review, as you do due diligence in reviewing the rent stabilization proposal, I would ask that you, among the questions, the concerns that you would closely look at would be these three. First, the proposal does not show an awareness of the high percentage of immigrants among our renter population, and the sense of how many will not feel that it's safe to openly participate in this review, and yet they need to be fully and fairly, their input needs to be fully and fairly incorporated into the whole review process and the recommendations. So please carefully ask the staff how the consultant plans to handle that big issue that is not at all indicated in the proposal. Secondly, there is an assumption in the proposal that a racial equity analysis can be done at the very end of the process. It seems to be the only time it's that the consultant thinks, and I know that reflects the way the RFP was written, but the 2019 Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan of the city requires every action to be considered through a racial equity lens. So this entire process, it needs to be incorporated from the beginning to the end, that everything is being examined, the demographic data, all the stuff that's being compared between cities, it all has to include a racial equity lens. And thirdly, if you could ask the staff to give you some details about what are the content, some of the provisions in the other cities that this consultant has helped write their laws. I just briefly looked at Santa Ana, and it looks like only multifamily buildings that were built before 1995 fall under their rent stabilization law. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that, but that's the kind of thing. Vacancy control or decontrol, how many years exemption, and is it a mark in time after which no building will be under rent stabilization? Is there a cap in the rent increase, and what is it? So really looking into the details of that. So I look very much forward to hearing the staff presentation on this, and again, I hope you'll really do due diligence, because if you're going to give them more money than the $85,000, that creates an opportunity for you to put into the ordinance a little bit more of the council's priorities here, because you haven't been heard from really yet about what you see the purpose of this review being and what you want it to accomplish. So I hope you'll use the ordinance for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? And Arthur gets 5 minutes.
Yes, all right. Arthur David Olson, Ward 4, Herbie Hancock Avenue. When I come to you with slides, you know I have an unusual perspective. And tonight's unusual perspective is on economic development. It's been a tough few years for the city of Tacoma Park. Our biggest employer, the Adventist Hospital, left town. Washington McLaughlin closed. John Evans Andrews closed, as did its successor daycare outfit. Junction development fell through. Recreation Center development fell through. 6950 New Hampshire is in limbo at best. And we have seen the replacement of useful businesses like drugstores, convenience stores, and sandwich shops with tuxedo shops, boutiques, and pricey restaurants with prices so high they don't bother to put cents in the menu. None of those businesses are useful to low-income residents like me. There are general factors at work here that are making it more difficult to do economic development. In particular, the rise of Amazon has led to a fall in retail, and the rise in work from home has led to a reduction in the demand for office space. There are a lot of actors in economic development: the city, the county, the state, federal government, neighboring jurisdictions, property owners, businesses, and financiers. And that's a challenge, because if economic development does occur, it's difficult to know whether it happened because of something the city did or because of something someone else did. There are limited benefits for the city in economic development. We don't get any sales tax. We used to get an inventory tax, but we no longer do. We do get hotel and entertainment tax, but unless we change course and decide to let Dave and Buster's set up shop at the junction, we're not going to get any more of that money. As the Taco Bell fiasco showed, there's no sure jobs for city residents. There had been the hope that they would be produced by that development, but it did not happen. There is property tax revenue if more commercial buildings are built, but because of the way the state of Maryland differentially assesses commercial and residential property, you get less revenue from commercial than from residential. We do get personal property tax from businesses. There are high costs for economic development. There's the in-house development staff. There are the contractor costs for studies. There are the grants that go to businesses for sod improvement and other matters. Subsidies to business associations like the Old Tacoma Business Association. As the police chief has noted, the crime in the city is highest in Ward 6, which is where the commercial businesses are concentrated. So there are policing costs to economic development. And there are the payoffs, such as the $400,000 payoff to Neighborhood Development Company when the junction development fell through. And there's an opportunity cost, because every square foot of space that is devoted to businesses is a square foot of space that is lost to housing. And the council has determined that housing is the critical need for the city. Can't mention economic development without mentioning the Purple Line. So far, it has been a boondoggle that is both over budget and behind schedule. Montgomery County, the state of Maryland, and Prince George's will be eager to overcome that past. And the way they overcome it is by producing the economic development that has been promised for that project. That means that they will be more active in economic development in the future, and the city can afford to be less active. So in summary, economic development hasn't happened to date. It's harder to do than in the past. You can't measure the effectiveness of city actions in it. It has little benefit to the city, has high cost to the city, and reduces housing capacity, and will be done by others in the future. So with all that in mind, my hope is that the City Council will drop economic development as a council priority, and in your upcoming budget resolution, call for elimination of spending on economic development. And of course, there's always the contact information at the end. I'll make one other note, which is that I have just covered a fairly broad topic in 5 minutes. If the City Council wants to streamline its meetings, I suggest you put that same 5-minute limit on staff presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Okay. Do we have any virtual public comments this evening?
I believe we have Mary Machui on the line.
Okay. Ms. Machui?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Machui.
guess-
We can see you. Let's see if we can hear you. Oh, we can't hear you yet. Hold on one second. There you go. We got you. Can you hear us?
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Hey, I want to, my empathy goes to those in November is National Caregivers Month. And I co-founded Parents of Special Needs Adults in July 2015 here in Tacoma Park because I saw a need for this to help because people who are designated as special needs, when they leave high school, it's like there's hardly anything to help them. And my son is in that category. He's getting hardly anything. And I'd like to put a little aside here. Please, you people in Community Vision and CHAIR and other organizations who have a lot of clout, how about looking at him and trying to help him? Thank you. He was born here in Tacoma Park, and he looks like an immigrant because his father was from Kenya. And everybody, mostly where he used to work, used to address him and ask, can you speak English? And they thought he was Hispanic. So he has to worry about ICE too. So please, okay, please, he was born here too. Maybe you should try to help him some. Thank you. Anyways, I would like help turning my small home into a group home for neurodiverse adults. I would have to, also an aside, I need help showing me how to use Zoom better and other common computer applications. I'm somewhat neurodiverse myself, and I need extra patience. And I'm asking for relief for low-income homeowners such as myself. My neighborhood is losing its racial and economic diversity. People are selling their modest homes to home flippers who make huge profits while turning the homes into much larger homes and selling them for prices that the average person cannot afford. And my ex-husband and I bought our home for $70,000 in 1985. I wish there were more warehouses selling for that amount, because there's a lot of demand for low-income houses. Not just renters, okay? Homeowners. People want to own their homes. That's an all-American need. You know, people want that with a white picket fence and the dog in the yard, okay? I wish, and I just want to say thank you for letting me speak today, and I want to thank Arthur David for all his extra work getting together all the statistics, and also for Paul too for taking the time to do all that extra research. Thank you and the lady who spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Machui. Okay, we're going to move to council comments. Are there any council comments this evening? Okay, Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody who came out this evening. I appreciate and who spoke virtually. I appreciate the comments about rent stabilization study. There's not enough time here to cover all the topics that people put forward. I hope you'll hear about some of them as we're talking through the work session tonight. But I appreciate that you each took a close look at it. And Ms. Machui, I just want to shout out, if you're still on the line, thank you for pointing out that it's National Caregivers Month, and we appreciate how hard you have worked for your own child and on behalf of other parents and children with special needs. I know people haven't heard before. My grandmother was a parent of a special needs child, and Ms. Machuwa, you hold a special place in my heart for all the work you've done for many others in across our community. Arthur David, not sure it was an interesting presentation. I'm not sure I totally concur on the fact that there aren't benefits to economic development. Would love to have a one-on-one with you and hash some things out, but some quick things that come to mind from your really stimulating presentation, which it really was stimulating, was about the value of mixed retail among our housing in our community and how that improves the quality of life for our residents. Not to mention, it does bring jobs and it does bring vitality to the neighborhoods, and it brings up our property values and thereby brings revenue into city coffers that we all use for a variety of purposes. So that'd be one thing that definitely comes to mind. Just watching the vibrancy now of the tiny little retail at the end of Erie and Flower and how that has radically changed our neighborhood in the last few years is something to talk about. And just quickly, we had a great last week, Halloween. It was lovely to see people out. A lot of people took the opportunity to share what they saw going on, especially among our immigrant community, and appreciated getting some insight. I was pleased to actually see that some of our immigrant community felt safe enough in our neighborhood to walk around to homes that they knew, and I just want to thank my neighbors for making those safe spaces. I see some of my neighbors who have been working really hard on those issues right out there in the audience. We had the Long Branch 5K. I'm excited to share with all of you, probably in no small part to the efforts of the city that helped get the word out as well. So I want to thank the staff. They had 50 to 60 more runners than they've ever had before this year. Hooray. And they were really excited about that, which supports the Long Branch Business League. They had a total of about 250 runners. And I'll jump down quickly in case the mayor or the staff is interested. On Tuesday, November 18th, the Long Branch Business League is going to meet with Montgomery County Planning to discuss the Long Branch Sector Plan. I just saw their agenda. And they said their purpose is to find a means of ensuring preservation of neighborhood culture and small businesses, and to incorporate this intention within the sector plan to the extent feasible. I wonder if this might be an opportunity for a staff member, if anybody has the bandwidth, to drop in on the Business League meeting, which is at El Golfo. It could be an opportunity to introduce any of our new staff, particularly given the topic. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you. I want to thank the people that came out tonight to talk about rent stabilization. I certainly heard you clearly. I do agree with you that we need to be clear with the consultants about this project, what the goals are that we as the council are setting for them, what the priorities are that we have for our rent stabilization program, so that they can tell us whether we are being effective in meeting those goals. Without that, it's hard for us to measure effectiveness. So your point was well taken, and as were your points about needing to address the challenge of working with a largely immigrant community at a time when they have very well-founded fears of opening their doors to strangers to talk about any issue, whether it be rent stabilization or anything else. So I have already asked the staff in preparation for this evening to plan to address that with us when they speak. So I'm hoping we're going to hear from them about that and how they have spoken with the would-be consultants about the topic. So let's see what we learned tonight. And it is a challenge. It would be a challenge for anybody. And somebody mentioned holding meetings within within buildings. That's an interesting idea. Let's hear what happens. I wanted to say it was an amazing Halloween in Ward 1 as well. There was a huge crowd gathered at the corner of Cedar and Tulip, as one of our Halloween costumed young people said was going to be happening. There were about 200 or 300 people in the street. You literally could not get past on foot or in any other way. And the play was Sweeney Todd, not exactly toddler fare, but I think we do need as a city to come to some kind of a way of officially recognizing amazing art like that that is safe for everybody. Cars could certainly not get through, but we need a plan. So I hope we can figure out a way to welcome that kind of thing and do it, by the book that makes everybody happy and feels safe. I was happy to see that the city had provided crossing guards at adjacent corners, and there were hundreds and hundreds of kids on Maple Avenue. It was joyous, but it was scary watching them dodge among the many cars that were also going up and down the street, along with city buses or ride-on buses all at the same time. Whew, I took some pictures, and they were almost Halloween scary. The last thing I wanted to note was that thanks to the many residents who have been continuing to follow the Piney Branch story, there was another meeting this week of the working group for the Board of Education. We learned more about different proposals that are on the table for holding schools down here in this part of the county. There's at least one additional old school building, Radnor Elementary, that's now in the mix of locations that are under consideration for holding school. That's straight across East-West Highway in Bethesda, less unappealing than some of the other options that are on the table. It's a work in progress, and I know we all plan to keep being involved. So stay tuned, and we'll keep working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I'll piggyback on what Councilmember Landman was saying, because I also wanted to bring up the Board of Education meeting yesterday. So especially folks that wanted to hear more about the plans for Silver Spring International Middle School, Sims, and Sligo Creek Elementary. I think about an hour or so of the discussion yesterday was focused on that. It was about half hour in, and then for the next hours, if anyone wants to go online and watch that. I wanted to make sure that folks in Ward 6 know that on Tuesday, November 18th, there will be a public safety community meeting at the Recreation Center as well as online. So I'm hoping a lot of folks can come out and join us for that, so we can all talk together about what's better, worse, needs help in terms of our safety in our part of the city. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that tonight it's been 1 year since the polls closed on Tacoma Park's last election day. So I guess in another couple of weeks, the four of us who were newly elected a year ago will have been through the whole cycle of a year. So maybe we'll no longer be rookies. And none of us have quit, so that's good. I wanted to thank Matt Borman and Lucy Moore, who ran to represent Ward 3 also, and made it possible for the residents to hear spirited discussion and dialogue about the issues in all the forums that were held. I appreciate their continued involvement in the community, and I particularly enjoyed getting to know Lucy better through her work in Pinecrest. I really wanted to echo Elizabeth Wallace's comment last week, calling upon people to run for city council. I think contested elections are really important for our community to recalibrate its priorities and discuss the issues every 2 years. And I do think 2 years is a good time to do it. I listened very closely to the comments from Mr. Huebner, former council member Gibson, Ms. Cordes, and Mr. Olson. I certainly think it's important that everyone be on the same page regarding this proposed study's objectives and how we will determine whether it's been successful. And it's also important to be clear on what RSG intends to bring to the table that other bidders did not. The degree to which their California experience aligns with what we need here, particularly, and also how their stated ethos of prioritizing strong stakeholder input can or will be achieved in these very trying circumstances of the present. I think it's great to hear from Ms. Matsui that she's working to establish a group home for neurodiverse adults. I think that kind of small-scale efforts to expand housing is really important not to lose in the mix at any point. And Mr. Olson, I hear you clearly saying that our economic development program's impacts need somehow to be better measured. And indeed, I think that I'm eager to see the performance metrics begin to be implemented as soon as possible so that we as a council and as a community, because after all, council, we're just residents representing residents, I hope that we can have that kind of data increasingly and soon when we're approaching big budgetary decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Just checking to see if there's no more council comments for this evening. Okay. So I want to thank everyone that came out and provided comments this evening. The rent stabilization study, I think, is something important for us to do. I think it's always important when you have policies such as this that are so monumental, to take a moment to be able to take a look back to see what's going well, what's not. I think it's important to keep in mind that our rent stabilization laws are complex, and each intervention has individually a goal and a purpose, and collectively, the goal for all of the laws that we've put in place have overall been designed to ensure that we're able to provide affordable housing that protects our tenants, that encourages the creation of new housing. And so I think that we'll talk more about this as we are getting deeper into the proposal, but that's spelled out, right? But each individual component of our rent stabilization law tries to address some of those things in different ways. If you're looking at the percent increase, CPI, that increase provides more affordability than, say, some other communities like DC that may have a percentage plus CPI, right? So making sure that we're able to take a look at what we're doing within our city, especially as there are more communities in our immediate vicinity that are adopting or not adopting policies. I think it's important for us to take a look, because whether we want to admit it or not, when it comes to housing creation, we are in competition with our neighbors, right? And so we have to be mindful of the fact that we're not on an island. And if there are some aspects of our laws that may make it difficult for some of our smaller landlords, or if there's some aspects of our laws that might make it a little more challenging for us to increase housing supply, I think it's important for us to know that. Now, that's not to say that you get rid of anything, but it says at least you know. And so that's why I think that's one of the major reasons why having this look back, having this ability to pause a minute and take a look at our laws and have someone from the outside take a look at it, is important to ensure that we're doing our due diligence as a city to make sure that we fully understand what is happening with a really important law that we have on the books. But we'll talk more about that later in the agenda. Last week, I also want to say, Arthur, thank you for your presentation. Happy to talk more with you about it. I disagree with the aspects of it. I think one of the things that I've seen, and one of the things I will be very transparent in saying, I am a furloughed federal worker. And when people ask me, what do we need in this community? The former place I worked lost 125 people in the middle of a furlough, got riffed. And so if someone were to ask me right now, what do we need as a community? We need jobs and we need housing, period. It is not going to be the case that every single federal employee or every federal contractor that has been riffed or laid off, or these other industries where you have people who are losing their jobs, are going to somehow be able to matriculate back into the federal government. And it is important for us to be mindful of the fact that we need to, as a county and as a city, do our part to try to make sure that we are actively being mindful of the fact that people in our community need jobs. And how do we make sure that we're at least doing our part to show to potential employers that we are open and available for space for jobs to reside. And that may not like it, but that is just the bottom line of what we right now are facing in a more global way. And that means that when you try to bring in jobs, you need to make sure you have housing for employees to stay. You know, those employees are gonna need basic things like to be able to go to the grocery store, the dry cleaners, or occasionally go to grab, dinner every now and again. And so all of these things fit together in a system that should ensure that we have a community where people can live, work, and play. And I think that's something that's critically important for us to always keep at the forefront of our minds while ensuring that we're simultaneously maintaining affordability. But I think it's important for us to think about the full ecosystem of our city and the needs of our residents. I've gone long, I apologize. Last week, Essex House, I got to spend Halloween at Essex House, and it was great. I want to thank the So What Else crew, the parents and volunteers. There were so many little ones. Got to play Connect 4 and different games with the kids, and they sat down and watched movies. So I want to thank the folks at Essex House for a great Halloween. Also want to thank the organizers for the New Hampshire Gardens Community Association Block Party. That was also super fun to see everyone out and wearing their costumes and enjoying one another. Also want to thank the public works staff and our grants, Patty Malin, and all of the folks that participated in the Dorothy's Woods community meeting last night. I am so grateful that not only do we have staff that are forward-thinking and responsive to resident concerns, but we also have residents that are willing to also help do the work, so we're able to bring in the resources that are needed to make some improvements in our community. So I want to make sure I acknowledge our staff for that. Ms. Machui, thank you so much for bringing up the issue of SNAP. And I've also mentioned earlier our federal workforce. So I recognize that there is right now still a little bit of uncertainty in terms of what's happening with SNAP from a federal perspective. We do know that Governor Moore has promised to offer state funds to support those residents who are SNAP beneficiaries, but we're also aware that there's some delays with whatever component that the federal government is going to kick in to provide some access to SNAP benefits for people. I want to thank our HCD staff and just remind folks that there's a food resources bifold resource that is available on our website that HCD has put together. It lists all of the food distribution organizations that partner with the city. Also want to remind folks about, so for example, Crossroads Farmers Market is right now allowing folks who maybe don't have any monies on their SNAP, on their EBT card, to still be able to receive up to, if they have $0, up to $50 towards food at the market. And that is through funding they receive from the county, but also funding that they've received through the city. So as a way to try to help folks that are dealing with these difficulties to kind of get past some of the food challenges that they're experiencing right now. So we are continuing to try to work. I know Councilmember Hanzek and I were going back and forth via email with some folks about trying to make sure that we're able to connect communities that may need additional food distribution because of what's happening with SNAP with some of our local organizations that may have food distributions that can increase in their capacity and can kind of help spreading some food around the community. So I do want to thank all of our partners that are willing to take our emails and calls and open to us offering or suggesting other partnerships to make sure that food is making it into particularly our multifamily buildings. And then lastly, in terms of our federal workforce and the resources, I have issued a blog, but there's also a page on our city website that lists a lot of the federal resources or the resources that are available for federal workers, including aspects of unemployment insurance, what you need to consider, links to not just the state of Maryland's page, but also DC and Virginia, depending on where your official duty station is, and just some other resources that might be beneficial for folks who have been laid off and are in search or in need of workforce development resources and job search capacity. So I do want to encourage folks to check out our website, to go online and take a look at the federal workforce resources page where we've compiled a lot of information that could be beneficial to people at this time. And also just again, want to remind folks, the federal workers, that we are offering things like free scholarships for rec programming. And I want to encourage folks that are struggling to please reach out to staff, and we can see what we can do to try to help navigate or encourage you to move to navigate either access to city resources that you may be eligible for or connect you with other resources that may be available. With that, I will turn things over to City Manager Desperto. Oh, last thing. On Sunday, I will be attending the Historic Tacoma Annual Meeting, so I will be there. I think that's Sunday, yes. All right. And with that, I will turn things over to City Manager Desperto.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of council, and our guests and residents. And I will say, with great respect and deference to our good friend, Mr. Olson, I will try to keep this report as close to 5 minutes as I possibly can. No guarantees, but just remember, please, Arthur, that any staff presentation that exceeds 5 minutes is just an extra, every minute is an extra moment we get to spend with you, because you're always with us for the duration, and we appreciate that. That's the spirit. That's the spirit that we hold you in. From the Housing and Community Development Department, in June of 2024, the city was awarded a $92,000 grant from the state of Maryland through its Community Health and Safety Works Environment Justice Program. These funds were used at Sligo Mill Road behind Mid-Atlantic Seafood and Jiffy Lube in order to address the ongoing illegal dumping problem, expand the woodland, and implement green infrastructure to treat stormwater and reduce erosion. The Departments of Public Works and Housing and Community Development invite you, the public, to a walking tour of the completed site on Tuesday, November 18th at 3 p.m. Registration is not required. Meet at the corner of Sheridan Street and Sligo Mill Road. The city was awarded a grant from the Maryland 250 Commission Citizens Academy program in support of 2 upcoming community academies. The first will be a Civics 101 style academy in preparation for the next election, and the second will be focused on community engagement. Details on dates and times will be announced once they are known. This Friday, November 7th at 7:30 p.m., the Funny Arabs and Friends stand-up comedy show will offer a large serving of laughter with a side of culture in a free one-night-only performance here at the Tacoma Park Community Center. We hope to see everyone here. And next Thursday, November 13th at 1 p.m., please join city staff to hear about the planned upgrade to our stretch of the Metropolitan Branch Trail. The public will have a chance to walk the project limits and learn about how the city is improving safety and accessibility along the trail, which connects to the district as well as to Silver Spring. The tour will start below the Montgomery College pedestrian bridge at approximately 7676 Fenton Street. Please register online on the city website to help city staff plan adequately. From the police department, we would like to thank everyone who participated in the nationwide prescription drug take-back day on October 25th. Tacoma Park Police delivered a total of 388 pounds of medication to the DEA drop-off site on Monday. Of that, Tacoma Park Police collected 366 pounds, and our partners at Montgomery College contributed 22 pounds. Thank you to Montgomery College for their valuable partnership. This nationwide drug take-back program is important as it allows the public to prevent pill abuse and theft by ridding their homes of potentially dangerous expired, unused, and unwanted prescription drugs. Thank you to the men and women of the Tacoma Park Police Department who ran this campaign and do run it every year. As a reminder, residents looking to dispose of excess or expired prescription and over-the-counter medications can visit the safe and secure permanent drop-off location at the City of Tacoma Park Police Department here at 7500 Maple Avenue in the first floor lobby. Do you have coats, gloves, and scarves that you don't need anymore? Please consider donating them. The Tacoma Park Police Department, in partnership with Adventist Church, and the Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department and others is collecting clean, gently used warm coats in any size from infant to adult. The coats will be donated to people in need. This coat drive can make a difference in the lives of others by simply donating coats and jackets that are no longer needed. We will also accept clean, gently used gloves, mittens, and scarves. A large box is in the lobby of the Tacoma Park Police Department here at 7500 Maple Avenue, and will be there until Friday, December 19th. Tacoma Park Police Department will ensure that they are given to those in need during and after the drive. Give warmth to those in need this winter. Thank you for your generosity. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact Kathy Plevy at kathyp@tacomaparkmd.gov. The police department will be holding a community meeting to discuss public safety issues in Ward 6, as alluded to by Councilmember Westlake a few moments ago. Police department staff will be providing an update on recent incidents in Ward 6 and provide an overall overview of crime, stats, trends, and security measures put in place to address these trends. The meeting will take place on Tuesday, November 18th, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tacoma Park Recreation Center, 7315 New Hampshire Avenue. The meeting will be in person with a Zoom webinar that will also be available for folks to join in and ask questions. To register for the meeting, the link is on our Tacoma Park webpage. Please just search Ward 6 Community Meeting. If you have any questions in advance of the meeting, once again, please send them to Kathy Plevy at kathyp@tacomaparkmd.gov with the title Ward 6 Public Safety Meeting. We have a lot of deer in Tacoma Park, and their activity increases in the fall. It's their time for mating and migrating. Watch for darting deer, especially while driving at night. If you have questions about what to do if you unfortunately strike a deer, please visit the city website for information. And finally, if you are going to be away for the Thanksgiving holiday for at least 4 days, but less than 30, and don't have anyone staying in your home, including house and pet sitters, you may take advantage of our free vacant house check provided by the police department. Information and the application are on our webpage, police department webpage. From recreation, are you a federal employee or contractor affected by the current government shutdown? The Tacoma Park Recreation Department is here to support you. We're offering a free temporary fitness room membership to help you stay active, healthy, and connected during this challenging time. With your membership, you'll enjoy full access to our fully equipped fitness room, a welcoming and supportive community, great way to reduce stress and boost your well-being. Simply bring your current federal ID to the Tacoma Park Recreation Center to sign up. Stay strong, stay active, and we're in this together. Join us for a festive day at the Capitol Art and Craft Show at the Dulles Expo Center on Friday, December 12th. Discover an amazing variety of handmade gifts, art, jewelry, home decor, and more. Perfect for your holiday shopping. Registration is $10. Scholarships are available. Please contact the City Recreation Department for details. Don't forget to bring spending money for your purchases at the show. Spaces are still available. You can register now at tacomaparkmd.gov/recreation. Shop local, find something special, and enjoy a fun, festive outing with friends. Celebrate the season with good food, great company, and plenty of cheer. The Tacoma Park Recreation Department invites community seniors to our holiday lunch on Friday, November 21st from 12 noon to 2 p.m. in the senior room. Enjoy a delicious meal, lively music, fun games, and the warmth of community as we come together to celebrate the holidays. Let's make it an afternoon filled with joy, laughter, and friendship. And finally, from the city manager's office, the city's budget forum will be held on Monday, November 17th at 7 p.m. This meeting will be solely virtual so as to try to include a wider spectrum of our residents. The links to join this budget forum will be provided on the city's website. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to move to our first presentation this evening, the quarterly financial report for the first quarter. And with that, I will turn things back over to City Manager DeSpirito.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City staff is pleased to bring to Mayor and Council and the public the first quarter financial report for the city. This encompasses the period of July 1st through September of this year. The purpose is to summarize revenue and expenditures, including budget amendment number 1, to identify discrepancies in year-to-year trends, and to enable inquiry and investigation of any particular inconsistencies. Total year-to-date actual revenue across all funds is $8.4 million, or 22% of the budgeted amount for this fiscal year. Total year-to-date actual expenditures is $8.8 million, or 19% of the budgeted amount. Expenditure exceeded revenue by $354,000, approximately, due to deficits in the Special Revenue Fund and the ARPA Fund. For a fund summary, the General Fund, $627,000 surplus due to collection of annual tax duplication revenue that occurred in September. Special Revenue Fund, $1 million deficit due to timing of revenue collection and a $921,000 library construction cable grant expenditure. The ARPA Fund, $162,000 deficit due to delayed revenue recognition in the federal grant. Stormwater Management Fund, that's $88,000 surplus due to pending projects. And Speed Camera Fund, $131,000 surplus due to revenue increase from red light camera program. The General Fund is the chief operating fund of the city. Supports regular daily activities, including police protection, public works operations, and general administrative functions. Primary general fund revenue sources are taxes and utility fees and intergovernmental revenue. So the general fund revenues total $7.7 million, or 24% of the budget amount for FY26. That compares to $7.4 million, approximately the same percentage last year. General fund year-to-date expenditures were $7 million, or 20% of this year's budgeted amount. That compares to $6 million that was expended at this juncture, first quarter, or 16% of the total annual budgeted amount last year. So very close. General fund revenue expenses whose percentages collected or expended differs by 30% or more year over year are considered significant. We have an illustration that just indicates how much was expended in the first quarter. Significant differences in revenue collection between FY25 and FY26 for this first quarter of each of those years. With respect to penalty and interest, FY26 was $31,000, FY25 was $15,000. The penalty and interest collected from real property tax are higher in FY26. There is no regular pattern for the collection of penalties. Addition and abatement, $3,000 in FY26 compared to $13,000 last year. The addition and abatement represent refunds and chargebacks related to property tax revenue. Refunds this year, FY26, are lower than in FY25 last year. There's no consistent pattern in the timing or amount of property tax refunds. With respect to public parking facilities, this year, 16,000 compared to 35,000 last year. The revenue in FY26 current year is down due to the misfunctioning of numerous parking meter heads, which is being addressed. Sale of city property. FY26, it was 49,000. I should say FY25. There was nothing collected. There were numerous sales of city vehicles during this reporting period. Significant differences in expenditures between this year and last first quarter. Interdepartmental. In the current year, first quarter, is $701,000 versus $594,000 last year. The substantial increase in the interdepartmental percentage from last year to this year is primarily attributable to the inclusion of $1.48 million in salary savings with the FY26 budget. This adjustment reduced the overall department budget from $2.7 million in FY25 to $1.2 million in FY26. Although the actual interdepartmental expenditures increased modestly from $594 to $701, the decrease in the total budget resulted in the interdepartmental allocation representing a significantly higher proportion of overall expenditures in FY26. In these tables, and of course this report is available publicly as well, but these tables represent revenues and expenditures by funds. Those funds are the Special Revenue Fund, Stormwater Management Fund, Speed and Red Light Camera Fund, and the ARPA Fund. With respect to the Speed Camera Fund, revenue totals $504,000, or 19% of the budgeted amount. Expenditures total $373,000, or 13% of the budgeted amount. And this really reflects the decline in revenue due to compliance. It's a kind of a good news story with respect to less revenue collected due to citations because folks are driving more within the speed limit. Red light camera revenue showed improvement beginning in FY26, while expenditures remain stable. The first quarter performance resulted in a surplus of $131,000. And with respect to the Stormwater Fund, revenues total $136,572, or 15% of the budgeted amount. This is received from the county monthly. Expenditures total $48,110, or 4% of the budgeted amount for this first quarter of the current fiscal year, FY26. Here, this next steps, we're really just indicating some additional events and public discussions that relate to our finances in general. On November 12th, the annual comprehensive financial report and audit presentation and police pension plan actuarial valuation presentation and the city manager budget projections will all be presented next Wednesday at our council meeting on November 12th. November 17th, which is a Monday, announced earlier, the virtual community budget forum. And on November 19th, financial forecast presentation and the result of the budget surveys, which is both the community budget survey with residents as well as the city council budget survey, which was strictly to the city council. And thank you all for submitting your responses to the budget surveys. In December, on December 3rd, we'll be discussing council budget priorities. And December 10th, a proposed resolution adopting FY27 budget priorities from the City Council. So at this point, happy to try to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. I feel like I say this every time we deal with these financial reports that are early in the fiscal year, because everything looks wonky because we're early in the fiscal year. So it makes it kind of a little challenging to figure out whether or not I should be alarmed or stay the course and wait for things to correct themselves later in the fiscal year. You had mentioned that the public parking meter heads are going to be addressed. Do we have a timeline on when we're expecting those repairs to happen?
I don't have that this evening, but I could try to get that information for council.
Thank you. I think that would be really helpful. I know that we're working through, the revamp of the parking lot at the junction, and I'm just wondering whether or not making the corrections for other parking meters throughout the city might make sense to kind of coincide with that. The other question I have, so again, I don't know if I should be doing a happy dance or what, but I am really surprised about where we are with the revenues for the speed and red light cameras already. Like, we're only a few months into the fiscal year, and we're at, 19% of anticipated revenue? Are we, and I don't know if this is a question for Director Chung or if this is just something we have to wait and see. Is that like moving at a faster pace than we might have initially thought? I know that what we had thought initially was that once it came online, while people were starting to realize that they were there, that we would start to see those increases. I'm just wondering if this 19% are we expecting to kind of stay at a similar cadence, which would put us right where we anticipated in terms of the budget, or are we expecting to see increased growth? Again, keeping in mind the goal of all of this is safety. I drive down New Hampshire Avenue all the time, and I see people blocking boxes and blocking intersections because they've ran lights all the time. But I was just wondering whether or not we're anticipating that we might potentially exceed the revenues based on what we're looking at within the first 3 months.
Well, I think the police department could more specifically address that, and I'd be happy to get additional information to council. I would say it's certainly always possible that we could exceed our revenue. We try to be conservative in estimating the revenue side. So, we're pleased that we've got compliance going on for safety at these locations. We're also, and we have not budgeted for, but we are working hard with SHA to get installation of red light cameras, 2 cameras at the intersection of University and New Hampshire. We're hopeful that that would be by early next year, going through design and permitting processes between Purple Line and who's doing some of the construction there, as well as SHA, their partners. But none of that is accounted for here. That would be in addition once those come online for approximately, hopefully the second half of the fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
But with respect to what we did budget for and those cameras that we are counting, I think activity, citation activity has been fairly high, according to what the chief has shared with me. You don't know what fluctuations are going to be, and this is the first time we've really had. They really went into effect earlier this calendar year, so we went through a grace period. I think it was primarily January, where we were issuing warnings as opposed to collecting citations. And then steadily, revenues seem to have been, numbers of citations seem to have been growing and kind of leveling off at a pretty active pace. So that's where we are now, but we'll try to provide some additional information to council.
Great, that would be helpful, and we may have some residual cost savings, saving money on bus shelters not being destroyed because of accidents along New Hampshire Ave. The last question, and I don't want to monopolize all the time. we're still showing revenues, ARPA revenues for FY '26. I'm looking at, and I was just wondering what those, is that like interest on the ARPA monies? I'm just trying to figure out what this 22,000 in terms of the ARPA funds. Oh, sorry, let me turn on your mic. I apologize. Let's see. There you go.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. This $22,000, 162 deficit is due to the delay of the revenue recognition. Most of the revenue shows up in the ARPA fund is mainly from the interest income. Okay, our revenue recognition is delayed because this is a federal grant, and federal grant is following is subject to delay recognition because they are often conditional, and meaning that revenue cannot be recognized until specific condition or performance obligations are met. So we usually recognize when we spend a certain amount of funds in the ARPA fund, we will recognize that same amount in our revenue at the same year. So that's kind of a reimbursable program, similar to other grant fund for information. So this is very normal and very usual. And as far as the ARPA funds concerned, fiscal year 25, we recognize about $8.9 million in revenue, okay? And 200,000 is the interest income, and 8.7 million is because of the expenditure reimbursement.
Okay.
And in the remaining budget of fiscal year 26, our ARPA fund has about 1.3 million left in our budget. So once this 1.3 million is exhausted, then all our ARPA fund is depleted. And then we hope that we can use up all the funds by the calendar year of 2026.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you.
that. Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. The mayor actually started with the first question I already had. So I want to jump to the question of revenues and penalties. I think one thing that stood out, I noticed that you said, looking at the slide deck that you put forward, Manager DeSpirito, you said that it looked like we doubled the amount that we're getting from penalties this year. And when I put that together with looking at what's happening with our speed cameras and our red light cameras, knowing that they are serving a very important purpose for public safety, and I've been a strong proponent of these, and knowing what's going on in our broader economy, I'm a little bit concerned about the regressive nature of these taxes on who gets impacted by paying penalties. And I think I just want to flag this for my colleagues and for the staff. I don't think that was ever our intention. I don't think that is the goal. It's not about revenue generation. In fact, a lot of the public safety benefits, in fact, are often in some of the densest populated areas of our city. But I want to make sure that as we look at that and we think about the future and where we will put this revenue, I know that a lot of it has to go into public safety issues, but I'd like to think about how we make sure that those dollars are going right back into the communities where perhaps some of them are coming from the most, if that makes sense. For example, an example would be, if we're getting a lot of funding from particular, I know we're not going to be this particular about where we put the money, but if we're getting a lot of money from stoplight cameras or from other signals where the money is coming largely from certain cross areas, I'd like to make sure that we're doing specific things right around that area to make sure that the money's going back into those areas. I know that's not necessarily the way we track the money, but I just want to point out the sometimes regressive nature of these taxes?
So this penalty and interest is in reference to the property tax.
Oh,
So-
that particular one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Pardon me, I wasn't clear on that.
It's
Okay.
because of some of the property homeowners were paying their property tax late. So the system will automatically generate by the system.
Okay, so I take that
delinquency
piece back
notice.
completely. My apologies. I
That's
did not-
okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
But the
Yeah.
other stuff still does stand, particularly in light of the fact that we're getting quite a lot of money from this. And I just want to flag that because we are going through tough economic times on a lot of
Sure,
households.
sure. Thank you.
And also, one more thing on bus shelters. It looked like there hasn't been any advertising. Is that right? We haven't gotten any revenue from advertising. Is that possibly because of our tough economic times right now? Do we have a hypothesis on why we don't have any revenue from that?
We have not been receiving any revenue from the bus shelter ads. So this is something that I've been reaching out to the housing department, the planning manager to find out. She's going to investigate.
Okay, so we don't think it's just because we're not able to sell, that they're not selling ads and that's
Yeah,
maybe
I-
due to the economy or something?
I am not sure why,
Okay.
but we have not been receiving any revenue for the bus shelter ads.
Okay.
Yeah, since last year.
Okay, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I think we should all, it's small at the moment, but that's the kind of thing I would think we might be able to start to see early signs of the economy cracking, if it were related to that.
Yeah.
And I think we should just look for those little types
But
of
the
things.
actual revenue amount from the bus shelter ad is very small.
Yeah,
It runs
I see
about
that.
$3,000, $2,000 per year. So it's not a significant amount of revenue we receive.
I do see that. I was
Yeah.
looking for things, though, that might give us some early signals on what we might be anticipating coming down the line. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hozak. Just as a reminder, there are 8 minutes left on this discussion. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you. So 2 questions. First, speaking of potential signals of impending revenue losses, I see recreation programs and services revenues in the general fund table is down. It's a small percentage. It's a 7% change, but 7% of a big number is a lot of money. So I just wanted to ask if anybody sees that as a signal of what may come in terms of residents not being able to afford programs, or if it's just a blip in the landscape, because it's really hard to predict in any given quarter how many people are going to want to sign up for recreation services.
It might even be a bit of an indication that through the scholarships not charging, that we have been more responsive to people and situations. So less revenue doesn't mean less participants.
Yeah, okay. Less revenue, more scholarships?
I'm
You think that-
afraid that's most likely to be the trend.
I'd appreciate someone looking into that, and that's great, thank you. That's a working theory. The other thing was just at the very beginning on slide 3. There was about the deficits overall. And so I wanted to just check that the general fund is not in deficit at this time, if I'm reading this correctly. And
Yeah, this
overall-
page 3, the first 2 line items are referring to the year-to-date actual revenue overall,
Yes.
meaning that all the funds included. General fund, actually in this first quarter, we have a surplus about $627,000.
That's good to know.
Yes, yes, it's good.
Very good. And then the expenditures exceeding revenues in the first quarter by $350,000, as I recall from the later slides, is due to specific things in terms of timing of revenues, not in terms of loss of revenue.
No, it's particularly related to the special revenue, because in
Yes.
special revenue, we are we are having a $1 million deficit. And because this deficit is because of the
Timing.
we're using the money for the cable grant for library construction, and the expenditure is over $900,000. This is the main reason why this particular fund is in deficit, because of the significant amount we spend on the library construction using the cable grant money.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you. That's
Thank
it for
you.
me. I just want to make sure everybody saw that.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. That was a really good point to raise. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. First one is just specific to the 49,000 in revenue from the sales of vehicles. I just wanted to ask how many vehicles were sold and what was their combined Blue Book value in terms of how much are we getting?
Usually, finance department is on the receiving end of those vehicle sales. Those vehicle sales were brought to us by the Public Works Department, and we usually compare what we receive in cash amount to what is the book value that we have remaining in the vehicle fixed asset column. If the fixed asset net value is 0, that means the proceed that we receive will be a gain to our total, revenue. So I don't know how many vehicles has been sold this year, but it seems like this year in particular, we have a lot of vehicle sales. I think mainly because of the police department has been purchasing a lot of new vehicles in fiscal year 25. So a lot of the old and unused vehicles, they're selling them for cash proceeds.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with an emailed question then. My other question was for the manager and maybe for the whole team. What figures do you most closely look at with first quarter financial reports? And with the figures we have in front of us right now, what will you be watching most closely in the second quarter report? One thing that jumped out at me related to what Councilmember Honzak was asking was about the delinquent property tax penalties, whether that's some kind of canary in the coal mine for people having financial struggles. But that would make it a leading question. I just mean, from all your years of experience in budgeting, what do you look at in a Q1 report?
You can take the first shot.
Okay.
and I'll have to
So
follow up.
normally on the first quarter, a lot of our expenditure is delayed because people don't, we're not paying the vendors immediately. And also our revenue collection is also delayed. For example, like income tax, we don't receive our income tax revenue until September. So you can see that the revenue and also the expenditure cycle cannot be fully reflected on the first quarter. We can truly see how the city is performing probably by the second or the third quarter. The first quarter, we really cannot tell how good the city is performing in reference to our revenue collection or how much we spend, actually. The full picture cannot be seen until maybe the third quarter. So we are looking at just how, if we are getting even. So in this particular case, we can look at the year-to-date actual and the year-to-date actual revenue and compare to the expenditure. And if the number is not a huge difference, then we should be in good shape.
Okay, thanks. That's very helpful to know that the really big report is the third one, probably. The second one starts to show some signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Wesselak.
Thank you. I have two questions, and one is, I am going to be direct about what Councilmember Schlegel was talking about. The penalty and interest on slide 6. I just seeing that it is double what it was last year. Wondering if we looked at the last 5 years, first quarter, would it be all over the place, or is this really stand out, or
We haven't done any kind of tracking for the penalty because the penalty and interest always fluctuate year from year. It's not always steady like like the stormwater fee or the speed camera fine and things like that. The penalty and interest is mainly calculated based upon when the property tax owners are making the payment, whether they're making the payment on time or they were making delay payment. And this is done mainly by the Montgomery County tax system. If they find out that, a lot of property owners are not making the payment on time, the system will automatically track it and then start counting any property owner pay their tax 30 days late, there will be penalty charge on that outstanding amount. And then interest is always calculated. So this is not a regular pattern, but we can go back and to see the last 5 years if there are any fluctuations that we should be making more attention, making more attention to make sure that this year is particularly bad for the penalty.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just trying to get a sense that is it that more people than usual weren't able to pay and then get late fees on top of it and all of that kind of thing.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
But we'll have to go back to look back at 5 years tracking to make sure that this year actually stand out from the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And one other question on slide 7 for the interdepartmental expenditures, and there's a increase, and I understand that the difference for the budgets for both years are very different, but still it looks to me like we've spent more than half of what we expected to spend for that fund in this first quarter already, whereas last year we had spent a quarter of it. Is that, like, we've spent, am I making sense?
Well, this interdepartmental expenditure, this year for fiscal year 26, I don't know if you remember when we did the budget for fiscal year 26, we added one line item in the interdepartmental area. It's called salary savings.
Right.
So that salary saving is actually a subtraction of our expenditure, meaning that our expenditure is literally reduced compared to the prior year. So with your expenditure budget amount being reduced, it will, even though you have the normal expenditure, it will make like the proportional increase is higher than the last year.
Right.
So this is because of the denominator effect. When your denominator become lower, then the total percentage will increase.
Right. Well, and I understand that. I guess just brass tacks, thinking that we spent under 600,000 last year in one quarter, and this year we spent a little over 700,000. That's a sixth,
so
a jump up. So I just
But
want,
the accounting methodology is completely different. That's why it's really comparing apples and oranges.
even though we're talking about like the actual expenses, not the portion of the budget.
Yeah, it's, as she explained, and it's on the slide, the difference is represented by how we've accounted for personnel expenses, the difference between the 2 years.
Yeah, because of the reduction of the expenditure in the budget, that is the reason. We're comparing the budgeted amount from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 25. The budgeted amount is lower in fiscal year 26, while the budgeted amount in fiscal year 25 is higher by 1.5 million. That makes a significant difference between the proportional percentage increase.
Director Chung, what kind of expenses are expressed in the interdepartmental category?
In that category, we have the workers' compensation, we have the legit insurance payment, we have all those grant payments, coming out from the Public Works, from the Recreation Department grant payment, the Housing Department grant payment, and also, lastly, we also have those tax credit program. Those are all the expenditures in the interdepartmental, because they are not strategically pointing to one single department. Is every single department is contributing to that expenditure. That's why we call it interdepartmental expenditure.
So it's not as if the personnel costs for the city in aggregate are captured in interdepartmental?
No.
It's that there are expenses across departments. Some of those expenses are likely to be expensed earlier in the year, which is why you see more percentage expressed earlier.
I can recall that one payment that we actually pay in one lump sum is the workers' compensation. We actually pay in fiscal year in the first quarter. That's why it makes it looks like that we are higher in expenditure, and that lump sum I believe is about $300,000 to $400,000.
So it's a combination of both the reduction from last year because of the execution rate adjustment related to salaries, plus expenses expressed earlier than in
Exactly. Yeah, combination of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder, we are on our last minute for this discussion. I've extended it 2 times. Councilmember Landman.
You brought that up just before I asked my questions.
You're the last one. I just want to make sure everybody knows you're us out.
Last in, first out, but that's okay. Yeah, so this may be a really dumb question, so forgive me, so when, like, for example, an object, whatever it is, a piece of property is sold, like in this case, for instance, vehicles, does the entire, whatever the receipt is for that object or property or whatever, go directly into our treasury? Or if it's sold for, say, if it's sold for the Blue Book value, does it always, the total amount go into the treasury? Does some amount over only the Blue Book value or whatever its written value is go in, and anything in excess go to the department or something? Or does all the money just go right into the treasury?
Yeah, the entire proceed will go to our city's general fund revenue.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I was confused by this thing that you said earlier about it's considered it's considered a positive only if the amount exceeds the Blue Book value. I mean, if they get less than the Blue Book value, is it considered a loss, or it is?
Correct. There are some vehicles which they still have the residual value.
I see.
Then we need to subtract that residual value
I
from
see.
that.
Okay.
But if we do not have any residual value on that fixed asset or that vehicle asset, then the entire proceed. And most of the time, we do not have any residual value because they are the vehicles that has been used for over 8 years. Our depreciation schedule for police vehicle is usually 8 years. If it exceeded 8 years, that book value becomes 0.
So that actually discourages a department from selling a vehicle before it reaches a 0 residual value depreciates to 0, because that would be charged against their department's budget. Is that actually how it works? No. Okay.
No.
All right, never mind then. I'm just trying to understand why you explained it that way, and apologies if that's a dumb question. Okay, one other question to just look ahead to understand in terms of library spending, because I know there have been some additional conversations. Maybe this is a question for you, Deputy City Manager Eubanks. Are there any surprises as far as the additional costs that are still being, that are either not reflected here or are reflected here, that we're still negotiating as unknown yet as far as budget numbers there for costs for the library, and or for the repairs associated with either, I'm going to agglomerate these all, the PEPCO-related surge repairs or the flood of July repairs that we ought to think about in terms of more costs that could be from Q1, even if they aren't yet here? Thank you.
So the library engagement that we're still involved in with the contractor would not be reflected in Q1. However, we have settled that matter within the budget that council has allocated. So good news on that front. The PEPCO expenses, some of them are probably captured in Q1. A lot of that money, though, is a reimbursement from insurance. So I'm not sure exactly how that would be accounted for.
Yeah, the
Director.
PEPCO reimbursement was reimbursed by the legit insurance company. I believe it was sometime in October. So it will be included in the second quarter. In the second quarter, and it is the reimbursement is applied directly to the expenditure line. So that is reducing the original expenditure. Okay.
And then the flood damage was also reimbursed by, or will be reimbursed by the insurance company, and that is still underway, so that's not reflected in Q1.
But it'll be a zero.
We do have a deductible that we have to pay, and again, I'm not sure exactly how.
Yes, we do have a deductible, but the flood insurance is done differently. We're not doing that directly from our expenditure. We are putting that in a claims receivable account. So when we make the payment, we take it out from the claims receivable. Okay, so the claims receivable expenditure go up, but when we receive the reimbursement, that reimbursement amount will go back to the claims receivable, so it becomes net zero at the end of the day. So it is done differently from the PEPCO insurance, which is going back to the expenditure. In this case, it's in our liability account.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. We are at time for this discussion. Thank you, Director Chung.
Thank you so much. Have a great
to our city
evening.
management team for
Thank you.
continuing to move forward on this. Our next item is our voting session this evening. It's the second reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code regarding the use of the city seal or logo. I just want to check with our city management team to just confirm. I don't believe there has been any modifications. There has been none.
The one thing that's added was the effective date.
Oh.
It's 20 days after the expiration of the 20th day after adoption, so I added that in.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Would someone like to move the ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code regarding the use of the city seal or logo?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Any points of discussion? All right, seeing none. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman. Aye. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Aye.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, we're gonna move to our work session. The first item up is a contract for rent stabilization.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Devin McNally here with the Housing and Community Development Department, and I am here to present on the Rent Stabilization Policy Review RFP. And tonight we are recommending that the council approve a contract with RSG Incorporated in the amount of $111,140 to conduct that policy review. A little bit of the timeline. Back in June of this year, we presented before you kind of on a scope of work. We took comments from council and revised that scope of work and released an RFP in July of this year. We had an information session later in that month We were originally targeting a late August date for the closure of that RFP, but we wanted to make sure that we got a good number of responses, and so we extended in mid-August that closure date to October 1st to allow for more time. And so then once that RFP response period was closed, we sat down and did a staff evaluation of responses, and we are presenting our recommended consultant for an award for contract tonight. So there were 4 responses that we received during this open window, and they were evaluated by a review panel consisting of myself and our 2 deputy city managers. All of the responses were scored individually by the 3 panelists out of 100 on the following criteria, starting kind of from the highest weight to the lowest weight was responsiveness to the RFP and the approach, the experience with similar projects, looking at kind of similar sorts of projects and their complexity, the qualifications and experience of the project teams, references from recent clients, and then the cost and value to the city. And so on the right-hand side there, you have 2 tables. The first table is the average scores that the respondents got, and then below that is the proposed price. So what you see is that the 2 highest scoring respondents had prices over the original $85,000 budget. It was a very packed scope of work, is what I will say. And in that case, we were trying to, as much as possible, encourage the respondents to lower that price and got a little bit closer from some of the original numbers you see there. So a little bit about the consultant, RSG. They are based out of California. They focus primarily on housing issues. And they have done a fair amount of work on rent stabilization in a variety of different jurisdictions. So you see a list of cities right there, including the city of Pomona, which is a college town in Southern California, the city of Concord in the East Bay of California, city of Santa Ana, San Jose, which has over a million people, and the city of San Pablo. One of the things that stood out to us was they had a deep understanding of rent stabilization and the various forms that it takes. And in particular, one of the things that stood out was their project manager, Sarah Court, has directly worked on different rent stabilization programs. Typically, what you will see is, in many cases, the principal at the firm or the respondent will have knowledge, deep knowledge and practical knowledge of a housing policy, but the project manager may not have such experience. And so having someone who in day-to-day, who's going to be working on that project and putting the most hours in, having that experience will be invaluable and is one of the reasons why that they were our selected consultant. Similar, they broke it out into 3 tasks, starting with kind of the background and jurisdictional information. I will quickly move through this slide, but the proposal is in your packets for you guys to review. So starting off with kind of understanding the city's history and our program, collecting data, starting with some stakeholders, and I'll go into that a little bit later. And the idea is to come to council with kind of a high level, all of the information and data, and build a framework that they will use to draft recommendations, at which point they'll move into task 2, which starts with a public meeting, moves into kind of some peer jurisdictions and kind of best practices or ideas that we can bring to the city. Then moving into stakeholder meetings to kind of develop those recommendations, following up with a public meeting to help refine them, and then circling back with city council. The idea being that one of the things we asked was being mindful of their time as well. We want to make sure that they are being on top, so we are doing virtual check-ins. Then starting with a city council work session in task 3 as we move forward to the final report and presentation. So as you can see, lots of hours on the front end getting smart and developing these recommendations, and fewer hours on the kind of development of the report itself. One of the things that has come up is public engagement. We know that public engagement in multifamily buildings is always a challenge. And so what we are lucky in the city to have fantastic tenant advocacy groups that we have good connections with and that are very interested in being part of these ongoing conversations. And one of the reasons why we are going through this is, while sitting in every building would be an ideal blue sky scenario, we can't sit in every single building, so we want to get a broad understanding of the commonalities that buildings share across the city. And that is how stakeholder meetings will help us get to that. We will have people that work with tenants day in, day out, who understand rent stabilization, who understand it not only in the city of Tacoma Park, but in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, and they will be invaluable in this effort. And then pairing that, the further refinement, once those draft recommendations come out, will be through public meetings. And so that's how this approach has been set up. We think it's a very effective and a robust approach to drive towards real and meaningful policy recommendations to improve the effectiveness of our rent stabilization program. There are ways that we as city staff can supplement this work. So not just, utilizing our amazing communications team here at the city, but also doing additional events as well, such as pop-ups in places that we know we can reach a lot of renters. So with that, our next steps, this is a 2-reading ordinance, so we would be coming back in November, November 12th and 19th for approval through an ordinance, and then hopefully kicking off sometime in December. So I know that's all a lot, and so I will now turn it over for any questions.
Great. Well, I just want to say thank you so much to the team, to HCD, to the reviewers. I know that putting out this RFP and reviewing the proposals and applying a thoughtful approach is definitely time consuming, and it requires some energy, and also the fact that the team has been available to council to set meetings and briefings regarding the proposals and answer any questions that people may have before today. I appreciate the fact that folks have been available. The one question that was, and I'll kind of kick us off a little bit, because one thing that was brought up earlier during the public comment period was about effectiveness. And I don't know how coherent I was earlier, but one of the things that I often think of our rent stabilization laws as different components are kind of like, you have this big wheel and you have different components like Topol, and then you have, our fair rate, and then you have, how much we allow the increase to be, and all of those different spokes of this rent stabilization or wheel kind of addresses slightly different things. And so when we're talking about effectiveness, or as you all are thinking about effectiveness, how are you planning to guide the contractor so that they're able to look at our policies, review other community policies, and offer recommendations around improved effectiveness? Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, it's a good question. I could give you pieces about how, we do project management, but I think the larger question is kind of what is the approach? And one of the key pieces that I do want to call out is at the end of task 1, we're having them come to council and talk about a framework, because kind of as alluded to in some early comments, there's many different types and ways that rent stabilization is implemented. There's a whole history of kind of, older rent stabilization, sometimes called rent control, all the way to more modern versions. There's, tiers that they talk about. And so there's many different ways that it kind of gets done. And so the idea at that city council is to talk about, kind of broadly speaking, what are the principles that we want to approach when we're talking about these policy recommendations, and kind of what's the sliding scale that we want to land in. So that could be, hey, we want to be more restrictive on rent growth, and be more mindful of, what this reinvestment is. It could be, hey, we have some administrative policies that we need to address. And that's one of the reasons why the panel was very interested in this response, particularly because they do have experience in the administration of it. And it's not just what the policy is, it's how the policy gets affected on the ground. And so when I say policy recommendations, some of these could be ordinance changes, some of these could be, this is the best way to handle a fair return petition, or this is the best way to work with landlords on this specific issue. We aren't coming in there with the idea that this all has to be done through an ordinance, or that we as city staff have got it right, even though we have been doing this for a very long time. So I think that in terms of that, one of the things we want to do is have that framed up front so that they kind of know the guide rules, and that you guys have a way to provide them that direct feedback, that direct guidance.
Thank you so much. And then another question that was brought up, and then you addressed this in your slides around stakeholder focus groups. And one question I have is, how the use of the stakeholder focus groups may vary between task 1 and task 2. And how the stakeholder focus groups may be different from, how we may engage folks as it relates to the public meetings.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the initial kind of stakeholder focus groups is part of a listening session, right? So starting with, we are coming in, as city staff, we have some ideas of what's working well, what isn't working well, but that doesn't mean we have the full picture. And so assuming that would not be necessarily the best place to start. And so we want to have those virtual stakeholder sessions early to start with. There might be something surprising that comes up that we hadn't thought about. And then moving into the draft recommendations, really getting into the nuances. Like you've said, rent stabilization isn't just the number that's set every year by the CPI. It's a number of interlocking policies and procedures that go into not only determining that number, but determining when exemptions are reasonable, determining what fees are around. I can tell you that there are landlords out there that see fees as a great way to get around rent stabilization. And so how do you set up your regulations around fees to address those kind of loopholes? And so being able to sit down and talk about that in a very nuanced way with tenant advocates when we're developing these recommendations will help us elucidate some of these kind of what they're seeing on the ground that'll help complement our knowledge. Additionally, we also want to have landlords in there. We have a lot of small scale buildings. This is, what we would call mom and pop landlords, who this is their only building. It might be 4 or 6 units, and they want to do the right thing. They also have bills to pay. They have a roof to fix. They have, a new boiler to put in. And so with that in mind, we want them to extend the life of that building. It's, in many cases, some of the most affordable housing that exists within Montgomery County. And so we want to make sure that they are able to fund that purchase through the rents that they receive. And so how do we find that right balance? And so talking with them about these policy recommendations. And so being able to do that, to develop a very thoughtful list of policies that when we go to a public meeting, that when we open it up, we have something very concrete that we can explain. These are the draft policy recommendations. We want to hear your thoughts on them, but we also want to come to you with information as well to help guide you through why we're proposing these policy recommendations. Because if you grab someone off the street, and I'll use myself as an example, and asked me about what do you think the interest rate should be set by the Fed, I would give you a blank look and say, I have no idea. Maybe 0, maybe 1, I don't know. And so we want to have focused and thoughtful conversations, and we need to bring that with the expertise, the education tools of what we've learned, and these nuanced conversations, while at the same time providing that public input.
Thank you so much, and that's really helpful. Could you, because I know we were talking about tenant advocacy groups, could you just give some examples? Not to say that any of these folks are going to participate, but I think when sometimes people hear tenant advocacy group, they may not fully understand what is meant by that.
Yeah, so we've already had some good conversations initially with Renters Alliance of Montgomery County and CASA as well, and they definitely want to be part of it and at the table. And they work within the community. They are, working with different groups. They have, different populations that they serve, but they are very much involved on day-to-day renters issues, everything from, eviction processing to advocacy at the state level. And so they are extremely knowledgeable, and their staff works really hard to connect with tenants and in many cases, bring individuals, tenants' issues to our attention, to the county's attention, where we can provide help for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And very last question, in terms of race equity and the approach, and I will say in reading the proposal, I appreciate how there will be a race equity analysis as it pertains to the recommendations that and how proposed changes may differently impact tenants, landlords, and neighborhoods across the city. So I think that is a really good approach, at least from an implementation standpoint. Like, as those recommendations come in, we have an understanding of the racial equity impacts of those recommendations on the community. But is staff planning to work with the consultants as it relates to making sure that they're familiar with some of the cultural sensitivities and dynamics within the community, how they may be able to bake in? I saw, definitely translation was something that was included in the proposal. It seems like they're pretty on it, but I just want to make sure, in terms of what you all saw when you were reviewing the proposal and what your thoughts were in terms of their ability to deal with immigrant-heavy, culturally diverse, dense communities such as ours.
Yeah, so what I will say at the top is staff is not just going to hand them a briefing book, say, hey, thanks for doing this, and we'll see you in 6 months. We will be involved with this, not just on an oversight level, but working with them. Part of the reason why we want an outside consultant is, we are also at the same time working on tenant protection work that we hope to bring forward in the early 2026. So it's about expanding our capacity as much as it is bringing someone who has an objective, experience and can provide a critical view of kind of how our kind of current program is working and where we can improve. In speaking about racial equity, we at HCD really try to work to connect with every single resident, regardless of their circumstance. And that includes, making sure that we're bringing in translators for public meetings, that there's virtual options, that there are ways to comment, not just, via coming and showing up at a meeting, but being able to go online and provide public comment. And so all of these will be tools that we will, of course, be putting at the disposal of the consultant and doing that. And what I will say is one of the, pieces that I'll think about is at the end, there will be a racial equity analysis as part of the final report, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be the only time we think about it. It's simply more of a recap of the thoughts that we'll be having as we go through the process of developing these recommendations. So it's, in many ways, I think about in California, you have to do housing plans every 8 years, and there is a state mandated requirement that you have to consider racial equity. And so as part of doing that, it isn't just that you write up the report and stick it in there, it's you're thinking about it, and that helps you inform what you're writing in that plan.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you for all of this. This is a great place to be looking at not just one, but two quality proposals and having a choice. So one of my questions is, could you say a little bit more about the RSG versus Urban Institute? Because I was struck also by the fact that they have all this great on-the-ground experience, but it's all in California, and that's a long way. So how did you look at that versus some of the other strengths they bring?
Yeah, I want to start by saying we were very lucky that we had a number of very thoughtful and well put together presentations, which makes it tough for any review panel, and that's good, and also makes it very difficult that we have to sweat it out as we're thinking through these different proposals. To speak about the comparisons, I'll start with kind of right off the top. Both of these narratives were very thoughtful. I think RSG provided a more kind of complete understanding of the scope, and I think the direct addressing racial equity was a big factor, that they understood kind of the sensitivity that they were dealing with here. Another piece to it, quite frankly, is the project team. One of the things we do is we look at who we're going to be working with. And I want to say there are two fantastic principals at both of these responses, which is great. You get someone who has a wealth of experience, who has deep knowledge within the field. As great as that is not who you're dealing with every day. They are dealing with several different projects, and that is because they have such deep knowledge, you can't just put them on one project. And so when you look into RSG's qualifications and you look at the project team that they have put together, it is not just one person who has experience with rent stabilization. Everyone has some level of it. And I'll take the time to talk a little bit about space rent. Space rent is a big issue out west with mobile home parks. It is a form of affordable housing, and it is a very complicated issue, and rent stabilization there is a tricky task. It is very similar in its complexities and also in its mechanics. And so, some of the junior staff might not directly have rent stabilization experience, but they have an understanding of kind of what those mechanics are and how that plays together. And in particular, the project manager has directly worked on rent stabilization. I think in terms of addressing the, let's call it distance, we were looking for someone who has the best experience, and we understand that distance is part of it. One of the important things I'll note is if you go down to their their fee proposal, I forget exactly what they call it in the proposal itself. We are not being billed for travel costs. We are being billed for staff time that's spent directly on the project. And they are coming out here, but they also, one of the things that we've learned during COVID is how to do thoughtful community engagement virtually and in person and hybrid. And so how do we, manage that? And so we feel confident that with this consultant, we will have just as robust public engagement as if we had someone that was, right down the road.
Thank you. Thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to say, just very briefly, is in terms of effectiveness. So I thought, maybe it's just me, but I thought that in both proposals, the goal was pretty clear. To be effective at we have 3 goals: be effective at providing affordable housing and not shoot ourselves in the foot with the other 2 goals. That seemed pretty clear to me. So I was okay with that. Just wanted to say that. And then I have questions about the community engagement, but I think the mayor asked them all already. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you. A couple of questions that are kind of follow-ups, but so can you, when you said just now, you talked initially about virtual stakeholder sessions, and now you talked again a little bit, you touched on the issue of distance, because I thought that the proposal by and large was a very sound one, because I was struck by how they were in the details, the nitty-gritty of what makes a rent stabilization program work. And the fact that they had a lot of hands-on experience with implementation and had obviously been advising the cities on how to make it work, made them seem like they were qualified. But are they actually going to have somebody physically here for some period of time, at least the project manager? How much of this will be virtual, and how much will there actually be somebody present here?
For the public meetings and the council meetings, there will be someone here in the room with us from RSG. Likely it'll be the project manager. I don't want to specify too much. We will work on kind of what members of the team they can bring out versus which ones will be virtual. With a lot of the stakeholder focus groups, a lot of times getting them all in one room together, while great, is often impractical. I'll say this, when we hold tenant get-togethers for certain kind of tenant association presidents, they told us, hey, just make it a Zoom meeting. We're busy, we've got things to do, we want to do it over Zoom. That isn't to say that we can't provide space for them and work through a hybrid session. Our staff is very flexible, and I like to think that we're up to any challenge. But in many cases, a lot of these focus groups can be done virtually and done very effectively virtually.
Just to be sure that, when we're talking about cultural sensitivity and the fact that you're dealing with a lot of different types of cultural entities in the city, different racial and ethnic groups and different sensitivities of various kinds, I just want to make sure I understand. I mean, if the consultant that is doing this project to the tune of over $100,000 is like 99% absent, and there is a requirement for some of this work to be done face-to-face, especially initially, to get to know whoever the tenant leadership is in a building, how are you going to wind up having to do more of this work in-house than would otherwise be the case because you have chosen somebody far afield? I mean, I'm concerned about that. I guess I want to make sure that you have an agreement with this consultant that they will be here an adequate amount of time for making those initial face-to-face meetings with whoever they need to meet with face-to-face or whatever, that you don't wind up with holding the bag for more of this than you need to, but otherwise need to. That's a concern.
Yeah, so what I would say is, regardless of what consultant we picked, city staff would be, in many cases, the person who is the, let's call it, trusted individual that is making these connections. So whether that would be someone local in the area or, RSG, we would be the ones who are reaching out to these stakeholders and making that connection. So in terms of getting them on board and setting up meetings and that sort of thing, it isn't a concern on our end that, the location of the consultant.
Okay. Thank you. And then one other thing, reverting back to the question of what the instructions are that we're giving them to ask them to evaluate how effective the program is. And I appreciate the comment that Councilmember DeBala just made about whether she's comfortable with knowing what the goals are. I mean, our rent stabilization program exists in the context of our overall housing policy, and we have a housing strategy, and we have the goals of that housing strategy. And I mean, have you discussed with them, I mean, I know they obviously had the RFP, but I see this as sort of, how this fits within the overall goals of that. I mean, how are you describing rent stabilization within that context, or have you even talked about it in that context? This is not about, rent stabilization is a component of an overall housing strategy. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, but it doesn't achieve the whole strategy either. So I just wonder if you would touch on that. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, to start with, they have the scope of work, which lays out kind of the broad strokes of what we're asking them to do. As we move through the project, they're going to get to start in task one. They're going to get a whole lot of data and a whole lot of kind of information that'll be sent over to them and just verbally communicated too about kind of how does our rent stabilization work and in what system does it kind of interact with? And that'll be kind of, hey, let's, tell you about tenant opportunity to purchase law that exists within the city. Let's talk to you about kind of our landlord-tenant code that we, and our Commission on Landlord-Tenant Affairs. So understanding, they have a broad understanding of the different pieces. Now, we want them to work specifically on rent stabilization because that's a pretty big topic in and of itself. But that's the reason why we as staff are here to help fill in those gaps. And as part of drafting those recommendations, I have no doubt that my staff and myself will have some comments about, hey, this recommendation might work in this city, but this is why, we don't think it'll necessarily work here because we have this specific context. So it'll be a kind of iterative process as we talk through. We are not hiring them to administer kind of our own rent stabilization. That'll be our staff. And so we will have to be, we are one of the stakeholders as the people that will be implementing the program.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. Thanks. It looks really good, and I'm excited about what we're getting. Few questions. One is, I see that now the public meeting is scheduled for July 2026. Do you have any concerns about that being in the summer?
I think it's a good question. I think that what I will say is this is a tentative timeline, and
Right,
I would
okay.
say
Just flagging.
everything past, let's say, January, February is subject to change.
Okay. I wanted to flag that because I remember the same thing happened when I started with the MMPA, big old, big fat issue, and I caused a lot of drama.
In general,
I'm starting my drama now, so it's less dramatic.
in general, we will try to avoid. We want to make sure when we do a public meeting, we're getting the best possible turnout.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, and then stakeholder meetings. So I guess I would like to know, how can we, the council, perhaps help foster some of those trusted relationships, if any, for stakeholder groups. And so, I feel like I'm a broken record with some of this, but I'm gonna mention a few. So groups that don't have tenants associations, AKA a lot of Ward 5, immigrant groups who for a whole array of reasons right now are not connecting on these kinds of issues and might not necessarily feel comfortable or feel like they have the bandwidth to do that. So I'm hoping that also you talked about accessibility and providing language options, but I'm going to use the word proactive. I would be very keen to see the staff and or this group being strongly encouraged to be proactive, and I'd like your thoughts on that. I'm thinking of, for example, if there's the small landlord group that I just happened to have helped facilitate I think almost 2 years ago, that's been growing, and I hope it's open to any small scale landlord. I don't know that it's a formal group of any kind, but I recall that one of the things I told them early on is I said, look, I'm going to introduce you guys to each other. Do with it whatever you want to, if you want to be on WhatsApp or whatever. And I'm like, but hopefully you'll be ready when the time comes to talk to our staff. So that's one group I hope. I don't know if it's a single group even, but I hope we can make sure people know that that's there. And then the other one is there are a number of WhatsApp groups in Spanish throughout the community. And I don't know if we have any others that might be useful for kind of, the person who runs those being the trusted link in this case. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great segue into it is very likely that we will be reaching out to all of you as we are putting together these focus groups and asking you, hey, we need people to fill it out. I want to be a little light on detail there because that's going to be something we work through with the consultant. to figure out what's the right number and how to best structure it. So I don't want to put them in a bind by committing to something here and then go back to them and say, hey, by the way. So, but yes, the answer is we will be certainly trying to be proactive in making sure that we're touching all corners of the city through these focus groups.
Oh, and then one more quick thing is I hope that you can plan a pop-up at the Flower Avenue celebration.
We'll put it on the calendar.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I think a resident asked to know if the other bids could be viewable, and is that going to be possible just for the public record to see the other bids that were submitted, other proposals, I mean?
Yeah, so all the bids are public records. We, so certainly they are public documents and can be, requested and provided.
Okay. So I just need to send an email and request, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because it would be interesting to see how, if any, the scope from the different bids varied. You mentioned experience and particular staff members as being an advantage with RSG. I wanted to make sure, this is following up on what Council Member Lehman, I believe, was asking. Will this housing and economic development plan that we have in place since 2019, will that function explicitly as guardrails for the research and the data collection and the recommendations?
So the plan itself kind of lays out a broad vision and then some kind of objectives that fit within these kind of broad goals. So one of them was, look at rent stabilization and consider changes to enhance its effectiveness. And one of the goals within this scope of work is meeting that question. Now, I think a fair question is, what do we mean by effectiveness? And I think that, with anything, it's about finding the right balance that fits our specific context. And so while the Housing and Economic Strategic Plan sets kind of the guiding direction, it doesn't get so far in that it sets a specific scope. And that's very typical of many different plans. It sets a broad kind of direction and then says, go do this. And there are other objectives and action items in there as well.
I see. So it remains to the council to figure out the definition of effectiveness as this goes along. What is the, how is that use of the virtual meetings for stakeholder engagement going to square with the situations of tenants who may not be willing to use Zoom or interested in it? And I'm also noting the language of the technology challenges there.
Yeah, so I think that anecdotally, a lot of our tenants are great at using Zoom and getting in touch with us. I'll think of Doris out at Hampshire Towers. She will be on Zoom. She would, she has it down. She'll call me up.
Yeah.
Tenants know how to get in touch with us and use technology. And especially, one of the things that I will say the state of Maryland has been very good about during the pandemic is pushing broadband into, the multifamily buildings.
Thanks. What proposals did you have in hand by the initial deadline, and why did you determine that you wanted to extend? Which particular proposals did you already have in hand?
Yeah, we had two proposals in hand. One was from the National Center for Smart Growth, and one was from the Urban Institute. Two is good. Quite frankly, that's a pretty small number. And so in looking through that, we wanted to make sure that we had exhausted every possible potential respondent. And that included myself working with Asmara, basically knocking on and emailing everyone we knew in our collective kind of Rolodexes and saying, hey, we have this RFP out. We want to make sure that you have a chance to respond to it. So please take a look at it. Because we know that this is a really important law within the city. We know that this is a really important review. If we're going to do it, we want a very thoughtful and considered approach. And we want the best possible approach that we can get. And so that was the reason for extending.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, RSG, I see in their credentials that they presented that in many cases they have ongoing contractual arrangements with California cities to administer rent stabilization programs and related administrative functions in housing programs. Is that something that they intimated they might be interested in doing with Tacoma Park, or has staff raised that possibility with them?
We have not asked for that, and they haven't discussed that. What I would say is this is a policy review. It's pretty clear in its scope, and what I'll say is we have a great housing team here at the city, and they have a collective of over 30 years of knowledge of rent stabilization and administering it. And so I certainly don't want to diminish or make light of that.
That wasn't my intent at all. I was surprised to see that a number of cities had gone full into contracting with them on an ongoing basis to do this kind of thing, and I wondered whether that was something that was in the cards. Okay.
We have in the past contracted that out to different firms. It's not uncommon to see cities sometimes contract out certain services, but that's not considered at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I, again, can't stress how much I appreciate the work that you all have put in on this. And while I recognize, and I know it's been brought up about the fact that this firm is in California, one of the things that I was drawn to was a part of their proposal that talked about how they are planning to focus their research as part of Task 1 on rent stabilization across the country and peer jurisdiction practices. And so I think that between that and it seemed based on the proposal here that they get our overarching goal to try to balance affordability and tenant protections and housing preservation and investing in the quality of our housing stock, and how do we kind of balance all of that in our laws. And so I am actually really excited about the possibility of moving forward. As a person that also deals with contracting in other facets of my life, I cannot tell you how many times firms do a bait and switch where you have the big person that has all of this experience, and then you get someone that has no experience that's working with you day to day. And so to look at the skills that's presented in this team, I am actually excited about their ability to get up and running relatively quickly to help us with addressing and learning about our laws and ways in which we may want to improve them. So just for everyone's benefit, this item will come back before us next week as an ordinance regarding awarding a contract. I would encourage, I know that HCD has already put out an email asking folks to sit down with them if you have any questions. I want to encourage folks to make sure that they do so before we move forward on a vote next week on the ordinance. All right, and so with that, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item this evening, which is immigrant support services.
Good evening, council members and Madam Mayor. I don't have a presentation, so this item here is just for your discussion and direction on next steps with regards to allocating $50,000 from the unassigned reserves to pay for services related to food services, addressing food insecurities, trainings, and other services that are being sought by residents who are impacted by federal immigration enforcement activities. These items were identified through numerous discussions, exchanges, requests from the community members. So we have identified these items. The list included 3 organizations that we had contacted. We did contact a number of other service providers. These were the 3 that got back to us. And they came back to us with proposals and dollar amounts, and those are reflected in the staff report. And I am here to answer any questions you all may have.
Great. All right. Well, I just want to say thank you to the staff very much for working on this. I know that in light of the increase in immigration enforcement in the city, it's been a little difficult to try to figure out ways in which we can support impacted families. And so I am grateful to staff for doing the necessary legwork to identify ways in which we may be able to not only support families directly, but also provide additional support to our community in terms of education, canvassing, and policy development and resource development. And so Councilmember Hanzak, I see your light.
Thank you. I think I consider this to be a really important priority right now. So I'm happy to see that the city is moving forward on this. I appreciate we had a very quick exchange this afternoon, and you just explained that a little bit more, that these are not sole source, bids, and also, anything below a certain dollar value anyway wouldn't always come back to council anyway. But just looking at in particular, I think the item 3, identifying ways to provide and leverage current programs to increase capacity to support residents impacted by immigration enforcement activities. I was just struck by the very very particular angle of this particular idea that was being potentially funded, that might be funded. It's one school, it's one set of food distribution, and that's not necessarily, that good, bad, or whatever. I'm curious about the approach to that particular item. You went out to a number of different organizations, but if the angle here is coming at our immigrant families, for example, through our schools, then did we also reach out to each of the schools and not just the organizations that are serving broadly in our community? And I ask this because, our city already has a number of food distribution grants that we already give out. We know that SNAP was in jeopardy, and that's also another aspect here, although that wouldn't apply for many of our immigrant families. But I guess I would be a little bit concerned just about that specific angle if our goal is to attempt to, as let's say, as a council, as a city, make sure that our fingers are reaching out to be able to ensure that we are giving wraparound service to those who specifically need it. Because at this moment in time, we're talking about a relatively countable, quantifiable number of households in our community that have been impacted. You could probably count them, on a set of hands. Now that it's going to grow, right? But I would like to better understand how you think of that issue, and if we're thinking about it through the school lens, have we reached out to each of our schools where we know our immigrant families are and looked at it through that lens?
I'll just say in general, we did not reach out to the schools.
Okay.
Again, we reached out to the vendors that we have relationships with. Educare just happens to have an existing relationship with the schools. But I want to turn it over to Devin to talk about his process in reaching out to our partners.
Yeah, so I'll highlight 2 major challenges. One is speed, and one is, I'll call it data. turning around something like this really fast, I mean, staff does not directly administer any food-related programs. We provide money and oversight, and then our kind of community partners do the work. And we are eternally grateful for the work that they do. This is off cycle of our community quality of life grants. And so what that means is it's really hard to compare different providers and what they're offering, because with community quality of life, we get them all as one batch. We're able to run them through a process through our grants review committee, who evaluates and compares and provides kind of that level of kind of, let's call it, thoughtful consideration of the different programs that are offered, and then brings them to council for your kind of approval. In this case, we needed to find people who were doing the work and had capacity. And that's why we reached out directly to service partners that we know that work in the area. The other piece of it, the data piece, is there isn't like a list of families who this has been impacted by. And so who they go to matters greatly. So for example, CASA has a hotline that they do a lot of intake. And so we wanted to talk to CASA about kind of how they're doing it. The schools as well. Piney Branch Elementary does have kind of, they've started to pull together their own resources, it sounds like, to identify, families that are in this school that have been affected by federal immigration enforcement. And so that was where we were coming from, is how are they going to know who to be providing this help to, and how are they, able to stand up such a program in a short amount of time. This wouldn't preclude us for considering and bringing forward another program, but these are the people that have reached back out to us with a set proposal with an actual cost.
Well, I asked that in the context of having seen a little bit from within our schools, what's really happening. I even, our household received some support directly from some of the schools, not Piney Branch. But so the way that I understand it's happening through many of our schools, and they are very, very much, they're more knowledgeable perhaps than anyone besides maybe our police department about what, and maybe some of our specific landlords, but that's on a very micro level, right? About what's really happening. You can ask any one of our school counselors, for example, or someone else in the administration, how many households have been detained, and they can usually sort of give you a ballpark figure. And they also have direct connections with each of these families and know how to be discreet about getting the resources home to that household. So I'm just wondering, is there a way that you could imagine, aside from the method that you have that you're putting forward in this work session, to link with the school counseling departments or the community liaisons at the schools that have community liaisons? Because Rolling Terrace and Silver Spring International Middle School, for example, each are community schools. They have the linkages to learning community liaisons. They are the ones, Miss Nabavian is the one that serves at Blair High School. I could tell you each of them by name. They're one person, and the woman that works at Silver Spring International Middle School also serves Tacoma Park Middle School. So these individuals, honestly, each of them could tell us exactly who is being impacted more or less at the moment. And I just wonder if there's perhaps a more direct pathway, if we're going to go through the school lens, versus, how many nonprofits that do this work could serve to get to those families that are most impacted. I'm throwing that out there for food for thought. I know that would be that'd be like a city government giving to through our schools somehow, but I just want to make sure that pathway is pretty clear, because we're seeking as a city to provide that little extra versus a broad swath, I think, to those specific households that are being impacted. And that has other benefits for our city too, right? It holds up some of our landlords who might be concerned about eviction of an entire family. And it has, other spillover effects that are extremely direct on our city. So I just want to lay that out there if there's a way you could imagine that could happen.
And Councilmember Honzak, I understand what you're saying, but I think that aside from having that intermediary, that nonprofit intermediary that has the relationship to be able to have access to the schools to offer some sort of food distribution service, we need that community
Yeah.
food provider intermediary. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what your ask is. Is your ask to see if some of our, maybe not now, maybe in the future, to see if some of our nonprofit partners that have relationships in these other schools might eventually in the future have the capacity to increase
Maybe.
food distribution? Because I want it to be clear that we're not asking staff to go around to the various schools and figure
No.
out some way to
No,
offer.
no. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm looking at efficiency and speed and systems that already exist. What I see here is a proposal to go through schools, sort of, kind of, and so, but very indirectly. And so, and I'm thinking, I mean, for example, I learn about a few people in my community that have been impacted, and I say, well, I hope, therefore, we know that we're giving support through this NGO or that NGO. It may or may not reach any of those households. It may not anyway if we're going through schools. But one group, for example, that exists is the linkages to learning. I don't know if we've reached out to them. They're the ones that do these community support services. I don't know whether they can serve, direct to like Piney Branch, but they could hit several of our key schools that serve a number of immigrant families that live in our city. Does that make sense? So I think Linkages to Learning is a nonprofit, just for example, that I would think might be more directly related to what I see as what appears to be the goal here.
Councilmember Honzak, if I
Yeah.
could just maybe shed a little light on how I think this may have come to pass, because I do think in a way it relates to what you're talking about, which is that in an effort to try and speed reaching some of the people that have been identified as sort of needing emergency help. I was in conversation with a number of the food providers, and also with Mr. McNally about how one could speed up the process of increasing food purchases. It started out talking about how to increase food purchases at the crossroads while they still had more food than was being able to be sold because there weren't people who felt comfortable buying there. And the conversation evolved to have with the food providers, that that the door was open to them potentially increasing through existing grants or through existing agreements, that they could, for example, come back to modify existing agreements to provide additional emergency services like this. And so this is one where EduCare's already had an agreement, and they were the ones who were able to come back to the city. They said, Devin said, if you have a plan that we can execute on to provide additional emergency services, and they were the ones who said, well, this is an identified need. These are families who are in the kind of predicament that exactly like what you're talking about. So when you're talking about the kind of scenarios that you could go back to a school, for example, and say, we have these providers that are in agreements like this, work out an agreement with Tommy's Pantry or another group that already provides services like home delivery, et cetera, and say, you could modify an existing agreement to do something like this. This is an example of a group that did take advantage of the suggestion to modify an existing agreement. So it's not, they're not, they didn't like do something weird. They basically took advantage.
I'm not suggesting anything weird. I'm absolutely not.
I'm trying to say
like
this is exactly the kind of initiative that I think you're talking about, that we should talk with other food providers about, especially ones that have pre-existing agreements. It's much easier to modify one, perhaps. So I think it's a place to start, especially with other schools that are located in Tacoma Park, perhaps, maybe.
City Man, I'm sorry, Director McNally.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to touch about in this case is there was an pre-existing relationship between this school and this service provider that was able to be leveraged very quickly. One of the challenges that, in speaking with some of these service providers is, I think they would love to expand their services to as many people as possible. There is, quite frankly, a capacity issue because similar to ARPA, there can be surging of funds But if it's not sustained, it becomes a problem for them later on down the line. And so what we're trying to do is put money where these programs are stood up that we're not going to be able to provide the same level of funding to like have them hire more staff or, you know, really go out and change their models to a significant degree. And so what we want to do is put the money into hands where there is existing infrastructure, where there is kind of a pre-existing connection, and leverage that as much as possible. And that's been kind of what's been driving our conversations. Now, what I'll say there is I'm always happy to have a conversation about people who are directly working with members of our community, because beyond just this, we have housing resources, we have, you know, other kind of community resources that we're trying to put in as many hands as possible. And so, you know, school counselors sounds like a perfect group that I would love to be connected to. But for this program, we were trying to work through kind of existing setup connections and capacities.
Just one more thing then, if I may, Mayor. So I think Linkages to Learning is the group that goes, you know, is connected to the schools as an NGO. As far as I know, it's an NGO. That would be the group that I'd be referring to among any other array of surging. And I think that much like the city tried with the direct cash assistance, which came with all sorts of complicated things, right? But the idea of surging is always difficult, right? And then pulling back again, which might be the concept here. We hope eventually this will come, you know, not be forever. And doing food distribution through schools where it gets surged is problematic inherently sometimes too, right? They don't have places to store food and that kind of thing. So, you know, and that's between Educare and the school. But I think it would be useful to think about that value that we're surging and how we can sustain that perhaps over the next 3 years. You know, what could that look like? And I know we're looking to be quick, but if we're going to push out some money in scarce money times too, I'd like us to think about that a little bit, and I'm happy to brainstorm that a little bit. I've got some thoughts about it. Thank you.
But I also want to remind my colleagues that this does not negate the work that we already have underway with our community life grants. We had a presentation from our grants committee that walked through some of the needs, particularly as it relates to food versus some of the other policy areas that we are accepting grant applications for. So I think that this would become, rightfully so, a FY 27 budget conversation as we are preparing to talk through council priorities, whether or not we want to devote more resources through the community life grants program to provide more funds to support additional food providers and food programming in the city, because the only way, one of the more rapid ways to leverage these resources that we have available in the city is if we already have existing grant agreements that we can push the money through. There's no way that you're going to be able to get a grant announcement out and bring in reviews and get the awards done in a rapid pace. So I think that that's something that we should definitely discuss and consider as we are making decisions around the next budget. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. Yes, I agree, Mayor Searcy, that building out the network of food providers, understanding it, I mean, it's changing month to month, but really trying to get to where we understand the whole constellation and can be offering what we can offer, you know, targeting all of those groups systematically is going to be great. But I also understand that you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and that we're trying to get something done like this month. So one question I had was, I think this is a wonderful first steps here, and I see the one that makes a whole lot of sense is the development of the standard operating procedures, and I'm proposing working with CASA to support that. I think that's something a lot of people have been asking for is, you know, where do people go? How do they, you know, and so my question is, how much will CASA be consulting with the whole constellation of of mutual aid organizations in thinking about how to develop those standard operating procedures. Because obviously it seems like if you develop your standard operating procedures in kind of a siloed way, they may just be in conflict with other people's standard operating procedures. And nobody's in charge here, really. Everybody's just trying to help. Yeah.
So the idea with the SOPs is that we would leverage their existing resources. We sort of already have it, but it's using their resources, putting in layering our processes on it, so that this is a request that came from the council members here, so that when they get calls, they don't know, or they don't know who to refer them to. So this is a resource guide and an SOP based on their processes and our processes, so that folks know where to go or who to call.
I see. Okay. All right. So it's, again, working with their capacity that they're already receiving these calls rather than trying to reinvent the wheel.
Exactly.
Thank you. So I understand clearly how MoCo IRC has that capacity for the Know Your Rights trainings. Another question I had was in terms of the overlap with food assistance programs. Is there any concern that Educare's food assistance program would be overlapping? I mean, ultimately, get the food out, get the food out there, but questions like that just popped up in my head.
Yeah, so we would structure that contract agreement to make it very clear that, this pot of money is for X amount of services, and this other pot of money is for Y services.
Okay.
So, and keep them to that. And we've done that before with certain contracts, especially as we were doing food insecurity and community quality of life.
Okay, and so then ultimately, in terms of that back-end data collection to see how well this worked, a couple of things I'm wondering whether you'll be collecting. One would be like the difference between any additional overhead costs and costs of direct assistance. And then the other would be whether you can figure out whether those being assisted live in Tacoma Park.
Yeah, so two good questions. In terms of overhead, we've typically, because of the amounts of our grants, we haven't run necessarily like the same level of reporting that you would see in probably really large contracts for these sorts of services. We typically ask for some data, but we're not asking for the same level that you would see in kind of like a CDBG program. The way that kind of we're conceiving of this is we want to know number of households. And I'm pausing here because I'm trying to, we are not asking for any personal identifying information. And that is a big piece of it. What I would say is one of the reasons why Piney Branch Elementary School is very, useful is that is primarily serving Tacoma Park and Tacoma Park residents.
And I think one of the things that, in terms of working with staff on and flushing out all of these items is making sure, it's something it's been really important for me as we've been going through a lot of this, is making sure that we are not inadvertently creating a treasure trove of data that could later come and bite us in terms of protecting our residents, right? And so and that's one of the reasons why it is very helpful for us to work through through third parties to offer some of these services, because then it is not the city of Tacoma Park that is actually providing the direct service. It is a nonprofit partner. And the more that I'm learning, the more that I'm realizing having that degree of separation is actually beneficial for the city in light of what is transpiring nationally as it relates to federal fund access, state fund access, and the like for the city. So
just to clarify, if this was answering to what I said, data collection, I didn't mean names, addresses. I just meant in general, it might be of interest to people to know of the households who were assisted, were they generally in Tacoma Park? To me, ultimately, like, I don't care. It's all my community. But I think that if we're continuing to support these things going forward, and we know these organizations are, their reach is far beyond our jurisdictional boundaries, I think at some point people want to have a rough sense of what percentage of the assistance is going to households in the city, without names, addresses, anything.
Yeah,
That's
and
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, that is, I suppose we can ask for that data, but remember, whatever money we provide, it's leveraged with other sources of money that they get. So it'd kind of be difficult to say, so our $17,000, how much of our $17,000 went to Tacoma Park? It'd kind of be granular data that I'm not sure it would add any value, but I understand I think your point is, are we helping folks from DC, for example, or another jurisdiction instead of our residents? I mean, we can try to get it, but I'm not sure that at this juncture, it's something that we need to spend a whole lot of time on.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect enemy of the good. I think just being aware of the overhead versus direct assistance is probably more important, because it's going out the door to help somebody. So,
Right.
yeah.
And I do want to add, so since you all got this information published, we did receive an email from one of the vendors this morning that they are currently facing capacity issues, so they will not be moving forward. But as we alluded to, we are planning to contact and stay in contact with other providers. So whatever money gets aside will not be wasted or just sitting there idly.
The Councilmember Duvall. Sorry, I'm just trying to have a mix of lights.
Thank you. This is great. Thank you. The three proposals make sense to me. They fit a need. They fit needs we have. They are a start. We need to do something as soon as possible, in my view. So I think that's great. The question that I did have has already been asked. One of them, which is about other food providers and whether they would come forward at some point with proposals that stretch out a little further, because this is more of a right now. The other question that I had to do with just a confusion on my part about where you want to get the money from. So we set aside 17% unassigned reserve, plus a whole bunch of other reserve for just this sort of thing. And I don't know if they were separate accounts on the books or if they were all one pool. And so where were you thinking this was coming from?
So this is coming from the unassigned reserves. There is another reserve, and maybe David and Rob can chime in. There is an emergency reserve, but that's more restricted. It's more restrictive. So this the unassigned reserve is a little bit has less restrictions. It's a bit more fungible.
So are you saying that that this doesn't fit what we set the emergency reserve aside for, or are you saying that
The emergency reserve was set aside for any contingency of lesser revenue,
okay.
and ultimately council can decide how to use those funds. But what we tried to do was be cautious and careful by having those extra monies there should, for instance, income tax receipts drop precipitously because of what's happening at the federal level. So it wasn't necessarily tied to any specific uses. It was there to be at the avail of the mayor and council, to your best judgment as to where money needs to be applied, particularly if it's a shortfall in revenues, which we've been carefully trying to watch. But it also could at the council's pleasure, be applied to needs in the community that arise, such as this one.
Are there any?
So they're not restricted in that sense.
Right, but you were thinking, are there any downsides to taking it out of the unassigned reserve instead of the emergency reserve?
I don't see any.
Okay. I'm asking primarily because this might
No.
not be the only time we want to do something. And so it's a little bit of a precedent. The only other thing I may have some comments on the language of the resolution, but I can send them in. I can just send them.
And Councilmember DeBala, just one other thought on the reserves. Council, of course, when you do budget amendments, you go to unassigned reserves to pay for additional things that come up.
Oh, yeah,
So-
yeah, I just.
So
I
it is a
was-
variety of things that council ultimately uses unassigned reserves for, and historically, most cities do go to unassigned reserves for, I'll call them unanticipated expenses.
Yeah.
And this would be one that wasn't fully anticipated early last spring.
Yeah, in my mind, I had it in the other category, but it's not a big deal. I just wanted to know what you were thinking.
Yeah.
That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you. I think maybe I'll pose this question to you, Madam Habati. There, a number of the local organizations that I have been speaking with have encountered printing expenses as part of the work that they have been doing directly with immigrant rights organizations. And that is not reflected in any of the other types of assistance that we've been giving so far. And I wonder whether that's something that it would make sense to you in terms of what you've also heard from organizations about their needs as either an area where the city could potentially provide financial support, or whether we have the capacity anywhere in our own buildings, or, I don't know what we have over in DPW. I know we are able to make signs, for example. That's another area where I've heard that need exists, but if that's an area where we might conceivably be able to provide resources, does that fit within, the list of things that you've looked at as a potential area for assistance?
Devin, you want to take it?
Yeah, so we've had those conversations as well. So the city has essentially we work with a local printing group, and we can make that available to organizations to print and make sure that they have plenty of materials to distribute.
One of the areas in which that came up before was in the initial IRC training, where there were materials that were intended to be provided, but that is going to be a need if we do trainings here. And are we anticipating that we would make space available for those also?
I just want to make sure that and I just want some clarity in terms of when you say organizations, who are you referring to? Are you referring to the entities that are here, or are you referring to other organizations?
Both.
Okay.
Because some of the entities are using the IRC materials for the work that they are doing as well. And so the IRC is the group that we've identified as having the services for the trainings. So I'm assuming that those materials would be ones that we would be using. And I mean, printing generally, making the same materials that we have already been handing out ourselves, making available, like the red cards, that kind of thing. So, that's a cost that people are incurring, and for whom, so I'm just, that's a question. Obviously, the content of the material would be another question.
Yeah, I mean, I think for, for example, for the MoCo IRC, some aspects of this and the CASA proposals both included aspects of printing, recognizing that those needs were, but I think it might be beneficial to have conversations with staff directly in terms of these other entities, because while red cards are things that we're printing and making sure that we have available within our municipal facilities, I don't want there to be this misunderstanding that any organization within the city that wants to have tons of printing and the like can just come to us, and then we will find it in the budget to pay for it.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm asking whether the idea that one of the kinds of things that we would consider as a thing that somebody could make a proposal about would include printing. I mean, one of the things we consider. So I'm not going beyond that, just to understand if somebody could make a proposal for either financial support or assistance with, and I'll leave the details to you, but just know that could potentially be entertained, including for making copies of IRC materials, because they're being used by a lot of people.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so the answer is yes.
Okay.
I do want to quickly say MoCo IRC is the one that's having some capacity challenges. That isn't the end of the conversation with them. It's
okay.
just they're not ready to move forward with anything at this time.
Okay,
They're still getting stood up.
okay.
But yes, the answer is that we have had some conversations with groups about kind of, hey, we have these materials that we hand out. Honestly, that's a big part of our operational cost at the moment. Are there ways that you can either help offset or, find ways to arrange for printing? So,
Okay.
yeah.
And my second question is, because the situation is very fluid, many organizations or civic groups of various kinds are forming and reforming to provide services that are not formal organizations with, 501c3s and so forth, and yet they are providing vital services. And I wonder if you can advise how those organizations can come to be part of this network and work with the city and potentially direct resources through this provision of, I'm not asking you to hand out cash on the street corner, but I wonder if you can advise what we can say to them, how they can work with you, or anyway. It's an open-ended question because it's a complicated one, and I wonder if you've given it thought and have some suggestions we can bring back to them.
It is, I did receive your email on that. I think it would be, would have to deal with audit issues. We can't just enter with contracts with anyone. There are some standards that have to be met. They have to be a registered business typically. So we will look into that, but my immediate answer at the moment is they can't just be, anybody. There has to be some kind of organizational structure, capacity, and all of the things.
And to kind of add on to that, sometimes groups can operate with a fiscal sponsor who essentially holds the funds. We have operated that in certain occasions for groups as kind of a pass-through entity for state dollars. So there are different arrangements, and if there are groups out there, we can put them in touch with nonprofits who may be able to kind of act as that fiscal agent.
We have another agenda item, and we are at time on this conversation. It will come back next week for a ordinance for council to approve the funding, and staff will provide additional follow-up regarding alternatives in terms of the MoCo IRC issue.
That's correct. It's 2 reading, I believe, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our last item this evening, and that is the options to address the requirements for the noise ordinance. And I think we have, oh, there's a clicker. Awesome. Can I click from here? Oh, nice. Great. Okay. Let me see if I can make this work. Awesome. So I have been working with our clerk, and we are going to tag team this this conversation, and it's really just in follow-up to the conversations that were had regarding the Noise Control Board. So just as a reminder, the purpose of the Noise Control Board, again, was established in our code for the process to review when residents submit a two-party noise disturbance complaint. Just as a reminder, under the current process, complaints must be submitted to the city clerk within 10 days of the disturbance. The clerk forwards the complaint to a council-appointed 7-member noise control board. A 3-member panel of the board conducts a hearing and considers evidence and testimony and issues a decision, and the decisions may be appealed in court. Now, that's what's currently outlined in our code. But thanks to our working group on committees, Council Member Hanzak, Gilbert, and Schlegel, it has been very clear that there was challenges with the current noise control board, specifically the current recruitment challenges, recruitment and retention for the noise control board has been historically difficult. Representation and perspective, progress on ensuring that city boards reflect the Tacoma Park's diversity on this particular board has been slow. And then a separate issue that was communicated was, complexity as it relates to the noise ordinance around multi-unit dwellings and how they're distinct and unique. And just as a reminder for folks, the council has been examining these issues related to the board since 2021 and basically put a halt on recruitment for the board. So there's currently no one there, no one serving. Now, just as a quick recap for folks, in our work session on October the 15th, the council moved to dissolve the noise control board. And the council wanted us to consider, we wanted to make sure that we were having conversations about modifying the noise ordinance to accomplish a few things. One, to consider the possibility of two-party mediation. The second is to adopt aspects of the Montgomery County noise control process. Third is to ensure that there's adequate clarity to enable police enforcement of the noise ordinance. And then lastly, to determine whether multifamily buildings need to be addressed within the ordinance to, in a specific way, different, unique and distinct from how they are acknowledged now or not acknowledged now. So Jesse's gonna definitely chime in, correct me if I'm wrong. So the first thing we looked at was the two-party mediation and the conflict resolution center in Montgomery County, Montgomery County. And so the big thing for this organization is mediation is a service that's free, it's confidential, non-judgmental, and it's voluntary, in which 2 neutral mediators assist participants, typically with 2 or more persons in a dispute situation to develop solutions to their conflict. So it's a service that's free, it's voluntary, and services are not going to be, would not necessarily be limited to noise. It's something that we could offer to residents to address other matters as well. And when we talked about this during the work session on the 15th, it was viewed as, hey, yes, and how can we deal with mediation and have that as an option? And what is the county doing in terms of addressing noise? So the question for the council as it relates to mediation, because this is a service that's available and we could take advantage of it, do we want to suggest to residents that they can use the CRC-MC as an approach to resolve noise conflicts with neighbors? And do we want to explicitly call something like this out in the ordinance? That's just a question. That's something that we would want to make sure that we can kind of talk through. And I should have started this conversation by saying the reason why we're walking through these pieces is that some of these decisions need to be determined by council in order for staff to move forward with making adjustments to the code in the way in which we would like. So, for example, we said, let's dissolve the noise control board from the ordinance, but they had certain functions. And so the goal of these discussions is to try to figure out how we may want to either disperse those functions, eliminate some aspects of those functions, or have them addressed in different ways. And so this two-party mediation is just something that we have as something that we were asked to look at, and we want to make sure that folks know that it's available. And so the question, and we'll kind of talk through all of these at the end, but the question for council is whether or not this is something we want to make sure that we're suggesting to residents as a way to resolve noise conflicts, and do we at all want to mention this as part of the ordinance? All right, so, what? All right, so the Montgomery County noise control process, learned a lot looking through this stuff and talking to Jesse. So the county noise control process is actually managed by the Department of Environmental Protection. They do the enforcement. And the department, now they may delegate some aspects of it to the police. They have that as a possibility. But that department may seek injunction or other appropriate judicial relief to stop or prevent continuing violations of a noise ordinance. And basically what they do is there's a noise two-party noise complaint. They may go out on site. They may assess what's going on. If they find that the person has violated the code, they can issue a notice of violation or a correction or a corrective order to the person, and they can adjudicate. So basically, they could treat it like a municipal infraction and take someone to court over it. And Jesse, definitely correct me if I'm oversimplifying.
And do they only work for single family?
They do, but that's a different question. We'll get to a slide on that. Jesse, go right ahead.
I think you basically have it.
Do I have it? Okay.
Yeah. So they don't, based on the two-party complaint, they do not have to witness the noise or go there. But what they do is assess the validity of the complaint. They explore that as opposed to, they want to make sure there's not people just complaining to get back at their neighbors for some reason.
And Jesse, that kind of goes to this whole arrow diagram where the county process, if a noise complaint happens during business hours for the Department of Environmental or during the normal business hours, the guidance is to call 311. If it happens outside of business hours, then the guidance is to call the non-emergency number. In those instances where it's not witnessed by the officers, either from the Department of Environmental Protection or like the police through the non-emergency, then the guidance is to submit a complaint. And it would be evaluated as a two-party noise complaint, and would go through the process of someone from the Department of Environmental Protection kind of following up on the complaint and trying to gather information about the complaint. One other thing that was interesting was the fact that the county has a noise control advisory board, but they serve as an advisory function only, and they haven't met in 10 years. It's been a very long time. So I don't feel so bad about what we have going on with ours. But basically that advisory board it's in their code, but they haven't really met.
It's getting pretty quiet around here.
So the big question for us right now is, how could we potentially adopt certain aspects of the Montgomery County process? The big thing to remember is the city of Tacoma Park has opted out of the county's noise ordinance, so we can't just leverage their adjudication process. We can't just leverage their staff to do enforcement for us. So what it would mean is in order for us to take an approach where we have staff that's actually following up on the complaints. It would just mean that we would need to make sure that we have staff capacity, address the staff capacity, any potential burden associated with the enforcement. And so for the most, right now, we have our neighborhood services folks that do certain aspects of this, poor Devin. But I will talk about the police department in the next slide, but just to note that, you know, there could be a possibility where there may be some other things that, I mean, the number of complaints we get are pretty small that would go through like a two-party complaint system. I'm not talking about the parties or the amplified noise or something that the police would typically respond to. But for those instances where there is a two-party complaint, there typically have been pretty low volume, even when we have the noise control board. So the big thing might be trying to work with staff to see if they need additional capacity regarding automation of complaints and things like that, so it's easier for them to monitor. So the question for us about this is, do we want staff to provide some estimates on whether or not they need additional support? And then we would have to, or have the staff work to look at aspects of the code to make sure that there's some clarification as that they may be taking on this role. So what are some of the things that would need to be adjusted in the code where we're getting rid of the noise control board, but certain aspects of the adjudication process would then move over to our staff, and then what would they need to, in terms of work with the city attorney, to make sure that they're able to make that modification in the code. And so, and I did talk to Devin about that. We'll deal with questions in the end. So, but yes, Devin, there was no surprise. Still know I was doing this. So the next issue is that was brought up was about the Tacoma Park Police Department enforcement of noise, and there was a question raised about whether or not modifications are needed to the code to allow for the police department to enforce certain aspects of noise or noise disturbance. In speaking with the chief and with the city attorney, the current code allows for the flexibility necessary to enable the police department to enforce the code. You know, the police department could modify their standard operating procedures if additional guidance is necessary, but they think that right now they're in a place to be able to enforce the code without any modifications to the code for them individual, you know, just for them as a department. That said, you know, the adjudication process would typically, or more likely than not, involve HCD and the neighborhood services folks, not necessarily the police department, but the police chief feels that they have what they need right now in the code to enforce noise. And so the question for us is, you know, basically, do we agree that no modifications are needed? Staff and the city attorney are saying that we don't need that. Okay, so multifamily buildings. Okay, so this one was a little bit of an interesting thing. So Montgomery County, their noise control law does not include multifamily buildings. It does not contain any specific sound limitations applicable to internal noise between units in a multifamily property. So issues around loud voices, heavy footsteps, door slamming, dropping objects on the floor, children playing, pets are the responsibility of the building manager or property management company to resolve. They typically refer residents to their lease or the covenants for their condominium or cooperative housing association when these kinds of noise disturbance related things occur. And failure of the building manager or the property management company to provide living space without reoccurring sound related disruptions may constitute a breach of lease or association covenants. So in conversations with staff on this, the recommendation from HCD is that we should align with the county's approach that we don't specifically call out enforcing what could be considered like noise disturbance within multifamily buildings. This approach would not prohibit the police, and I did confirm this with the chief, with the police responding to multifamily buildings due to like a major noise disturbance or a matter of health and safety, such as like a large party or amplified music, those kinds of things. But the issue really should, for some of these things that might be considered a disturbance, someone walking very heavily regularly, really should be handled through the property management company. Another big thing to keep in mind as well is that residents also will be able to bring these types of issues to COLTA, which is another group, because they do relate to landlord-tenant matters. So, it could be an issue that is raised either through some sort of eviction notice as a violation of a lease if someone is being, a regular disturbance in terms of noise, or it could be a tenant complaining that a landlord is not taking sufficient action regarding a matter like that. So the question for us is, do we agree that we should not modify the code to address multifamily building noise and align with the county guidance and leverage COLTA and the police department regarding major disturbances? And so we could start having the conversation now about it. But so the key takeaway is trying to figure out generally the guidance that we want to give to staff around modifications to the code. And the questions are, we definitely have already decided we want to remove the noise control board from the code. The second point is, do we want mediation? Yes or no? And do we in any way want mediation referred to in the code? I would have to follow up with the city attorney, but that's a separate question. The third question before us is staff enforcement. And do we want to adopt a process that's similar to Montgomery County, where it's not a board that's responsible for addressing those two-party complaints, but it's actually staff? And if so, we would need to work with, have staff work with the city attorney and the like to kind of look through the aspects of the code that originally was with the noise control board to see how we can reallocate those functions to staff and make that point clear around the two-party complaint or the two-household complaint, potentially. And the other and last question is about multifamily building noise and how the county does not address it in its noise law. Staff is recommending a similar approach for us, and also acknowledges that there are other mechanisms in terms of the landlord doing what they're supposed to do because it is private property, police being able to respond when it's something major, and the COLTA process is just also an option that folks have. And so the idea is that if we can make some decisions about these items tonight, that would give staff some time to work on amendments to the code. And then we could have a tentative work session on code changes on the 19th, and then be able to move forward with voting on the items on December the 3rd and the 10th, and would be able to kind of have the adjustments to the code done before the end of the year, and it wouldn't necessarily have to carry over until next year. All right, I've talked enough. I'm ready to listen. Councilmember Schlegel.
Let's see, I'll try to go as quickly as I can. It's late. Just at what point in time did we opt out of the county's noise ordinance, and can we opt back in? Because it seems like we're trying to mirror them in many ways here.
We opted out around the year 2000, 2001, maybe 1999. It was right in that period.
And I will say there are also other aspects of our noise ordinance that I did not get into here that are different.
Yeah, okay. It's kind of a legal question whether it is even possible to opt back into
I had actually understood it to be that the city did it first and then the county copied the city. Nope.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know if they would want us, quite frankly. This is just me, it being late
Okay.
and it's
All right.
late and me talking. But the reality is there's certain aspects of our other aspects that I'm not covering of our noise. I think our decibel levels may be a little different. They are different. Our decibel levels are different. There are other aspects of the code that are different. And the county wouldn't necessarily want to be in the business of
understand.
having to adjudicate our stuff when our other aspects are different.
Okay. Well, in terms of just some quick opinions, I wouldn't want to. I'm fine with referring residents to county mediation as an option, but I would not want to put it in the city code because it might go away at some point and then still be in our code as an option. I do favor staff in place of a noise control board adjudicating those very rare cases. Let's hope they stay rare. It seems like it would make more sense to have that be adjudicated by code enforcement as the lead and not police, right? We need to be aware, I think, that neighbor-to-neighbor mediation, going back to that, would be easier for people to conceive of trying. Neighbor-to-business comes up, and that's trickier, I think, because businesses are probably like, why should I mediate with you? But maybe they'd be open to it. And my last thing is, I think I disagree that no modifications are needed regarding the multifamily, because right now the ordinance reads that a two-party noise complaint can be submitted from people at 2 different addresses. And I think we would need to clarify that we mean street addresses rather than, if we're trying to change that, it would need that tweak to say that addresses is not the same as apartment 309, apartment 305. So that's just a comment there.
And that's something that we could definitely, one, I want to thank you because all of that was very clear. I kind of get where you stand. And to the multifamily building piece might be something that we'll need to follow up with the city attorney to see whether or not there's some clarification language that would need to be included that would say multifamily. I don't want to pretend on the fly that I know what the city attorney would suggest, but it might mean him suggesting some language that would basically say that multifamily buildings are exempt and then referring to some other section of the code regarding landlord-tenant relations and that kind of thing. But I'll make sure that we take a note of that to follow up with the city attorney. Okay, so Councilmember Schlegel, just a quick recap. We're making mediation something in education, not including it in the code. Neighborhood services is a yes, and we probably will need to tweak something to make it clear that multifamily buildings are not going to be included in the two-party complaint process.
If we decided to go that route.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Landman?
2 things. First, I think we should be we should do a little bit more research into the question of how significantly our standards or other elements of our code differ from Montgomery County before we reject the idea of delegating or de-delegating the authority to ourselves and giving it back, because at the time, the differences may not be that significant, and the capacity required to hang on to it, the cost of hanging on to it and the difficulty of administering it ourselves may be, it may be worth it to make modest changes if they're not that big, and I'd rather know more before we decide to rule that out, if you don't mind. I mean, I would, I could certainly ask ChatGPT to do a side-by-side comparison for us and see what we find out, just to see if it's a matter of when Cindy and I, or Councilmember DeBall and I tried to compare the decibel differences, they were weirdly
Really weirdly not alike.
weirdly not alike, but also probably weirdly not that rationally different. Like it could possibly be the case that they were different, but not sensibly different, so that we wouldn't even mind if ours were the same as the counties now that there were some to compare them to. And if the differences are like that, ones that don't really matter that much to us, and we could simplify our lives, I would just like to have that option to consider, unless other people have a reason for just on principle not wanting to consider it. I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there as a possibility and see what reaction we get. If it's only the difference because of them not wanting to adjudicate a different statute, but we are willing to consider adopting their language. I looked at their ordinance and nothing about it offended me personally. And I just wanted to say on the other question, the way that theirs is presented, it says the Department of Environmental Protection responds to complaints during the workday, and then you call the police non-emergency number at other times. Is that how it would work for us? Code enforcement during the workday and police non-emergency at other times of day? Is that our, okay. That should probably be clearly explained in ours if we're going to have our own also. I don't think it's necessarily all that clearly explicated right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. To your first point, in terms of, I will say that the noise for code for the county has, where it has a lot of components that are not within our code. And I think that it would warrant, in my view, a higher level of effort to not just look at where our similarities are, but where they differ from us and whether or not we are okay with what they have in place. I think that some of the reasons why we win it alone is so that the city could have some flexibility in being able to adjust its noise laws as it sees fit, or have some independence. That said, weighing that level of effort and kind of diving back into the decibel discussions, other aspects of the law that we would need to discuss to make sure we're okay with, versus dealing with and perhaps adjudicating two-party complaints a year for staff. It kind of weighing whether or not, because of the low number of complaints that we see, I think the level of effort for the Noise Control Board to address it may be minimal, just because of the low volume of complaints received, unless we're thinking there's going to be some massive uptick. But in my experience, and when we were working with the Noise Board to kind of ask what was going on for them, the volume was very, very low. And so that's the piece that I'm weighing to say, hey, the level of effort could potentially be easier because of the lower level of complaints, to have staff absolve the responsibility of the adjudication versus going through the process of really doing that crosswalk for us between our code and the county code to see whether or not we agree with all of the different facets of the county to determine whether or not we want to keep our own. And so that's my 2 cents on that piece. And your other question was about.
So don't even look? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's help. I look, but I think what you will find is that the pieces that we care about in our code are going to be slightly different, and then there's going to be this whole laundry list of other stuff in their code that may not be directly applicable to us, but we would still need to review to figure out whether or not it's something we have an opinion on.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a peek, and I guess maybe it'll be for no good reason, but I may come back and tell you what I find anyway, just for prurient interest. The other point I made was just to double check that we had the same plan for our code enforcement as opposed to environmental protection being our daytime enforcement body, and for the non-emergency police to be the nighttime enforcement body. And if so, that maybe that should be clarified if it's not already clear in the
Yeah.
language of our code.
Yep, I agree. And that's something that would need to be in terms of worked out in terms of that law, staff enforcement role. Councilmember Gilbert?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a problem with us, in the absence of the noise board, providing a resource to our residents for the Conflict Resolution Center and us not advertising it in the, or having it in the code. I'm disappointed that we've decided, or at least staff doesn't feel, the need to want to respond to complaints of noise outside of those that are serious in nature. And I'd love to have a definition of what that is. The definition in the ordinance talks about unpleasant, annoying, offensive, loud, or obnoxious. And those noises can be ambient, they can be intermittent. And I just feel that staff has the capacity, I think, that could deal with those that I don't think management has the capacity to in so many cases. And I think if we leave it as you stated that staff wants it to be, we're going to leave our residents in our apartment buildings and our units with the same frustrations that they have now, because most of their issues aren't loud parties and things of that nature. It is those offensive things. I gave an example once of going to someone's house for a noise complaint, and they opened the door and the kids are riding around in the living room in a big wheel. And it was driving the neighbor crazy downstairs. And management just didn't have the capacity to deal with it. They weren't doing enough about it. And while and discretion is a big part of this, and I think it should be left to the officers to make the determination of whether or not something is annoying and offensive to a resident, and to be able to apply the city code and use a municipal citation and maybe cite someone who's not complying. And again, that what's serious to one person may not be serious to another. And I think I would love for us to give some consideration to that, and allowing our police staff or our code enforcement staff to deal with some of those matters.
Director McNally, do you have some thoughts around that?
Yeah. Right now, our code enforcement staff doesn't enter multifamily buildings. We contract out with the county for code enforcement work in multifamily buildings. So that would be a pretty big change to kind of how they operate. I'm not entirely sure how many complaints we would get in. I imagine I live in a multifamily building, you know, everyone has their own tolerance. I could imagine that could generate more complaints. Since we've only really dealt with kind of, you know, property to property complaints in the past.
And those matters can be pretty contentious. I wouldn't even recommend for our code enforcement officers to go. They never have for our dwelling to dwelling noises. Those are usually handled by police. And they have been up to this point. There just haven't been that enforcement piece available to them. At least they weren't aware of it. And during my conversation with Skip, our city attorney, he pointed out to me, because I had made some recommendations, some of you saw, to a change in the ordinance that would address dwelling to dwelling noise. And he felt that the language in 1412.050 was adequate enough for police. And he did not express that there needed to be a loud party or loud ambient noises, but those things that are unpleasant, annoying, offensive, loud, or obnoxious. And I would love for us to be able to address those for our residents who don't have a mechanism right now because management is letting them down. And they're getting frustrated, and it leads to contentious neighborhood disputes that could end up pretty ugly.
And so one of the questions that I have is in going through the county's guidance on this, and I get their stance, which is this is private property and should be, and typically there are, and definitely Director McNally, definitely correct me if I'm wrong, there are aspects of this that are often covered in lease agreements, correct?
Yeah, typically there's rules and standards of behavior within either an HOA or a rental property that regulate noise, set quiet hours, that sort of thing.
Yep, and that would be something that could be, and we use that quite frequently in partnership with management, the police. We go, we deal with it, we let management know what we see, or provide them with, CAD printouts of what's going on in their building, which give clear indication as to what we saw when we went. So again, discretion is a big factor in this. It's not often you're going to write a municipal citation as an officer, but I would just love for them to have it if necessary. Because again, sometimes it is necessary, and sometimes it isn't a big party. Sometimes it's that kid riding around that big wheel that's not allowing someone to be able to sleep who needs to work at night.
So in terms of COLTA enforcement for things like that, if there are residents that feel like a landlord is not taking sufficient action in terms of noise complaints and
I think that would be a very difficult COLTA case. So the kind of complaint that would come in would be what we call a defective tenancy, which is really about kind of conditions usually within the unit itself that make the unit maybe not uninhabitable, but certainly a undesirable or difficult place to inhabit for the tenant. We do sometimes get like damaged property or things like that. Noise would be a very difficult one. I think it would be demonstrating it's much more akin to a court case than it would be kind of like an individual complaint. And there's a mediation back and forth, and what they would be asking of the landlord would be to issue, like I'm not even sure what we would be ordering the property management to do. We'd be ordering them, I guess, to issue a for cause notice to evict the tenant. I think I could foresee some challenges with COLTA in kind of handling these disputes. Because at the end of the day, we'd either be ordering them to essentially do a breach of lease case against the tenant. And even then, I'm not sure, because then they would have to go prosecute that in civil court. I would struggle to see how we could necessarily bring kind of the resolution versus, and I'm trying not to speak out of turn because I know the chief isn't here, an officer up to kind of directly address that and kind of provide some relief in that moment.
And real quickly, Mayor John, just for clarification for you, I believe that the matter of the municipal citations are adjudicated in the district court.
All right, so could we just follow up on COLTA particularly? Because part of me is trying to balance prosecuting babies for playing in their apartment versus trying to make sure that property management is doing what they need to do in terms of educating residents around quiet hours, making sure that they're following up appropriately, because their quiet hours may be very different from what we put in the code in terms of community-wide quiet hours. And it introduces additional levels of complexity because there are so many multifamily buildings that have different rules within their property that could perhaps misalign with the city code in terms of when our quiet hours are that's noted in the code. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you. So fairly quickly, now I can't remember what the questions were. The first question about mediation, yes, I think that's the way to go. No, I don't think it should be in the code.
Mm-hmm.
yes, I think we should take the noise control order out of the code. I hear that there is some interest in a staff enforcement role. I want to see what it would cost before I have an opinion in favor of that. Because I'm pretty sure that with current staff would not be something we could take on. So before I say I want to do that, I want to know what it's going to look like. That is a request for information. And on the multifamily buildings, I sympathize with what Councilmember Gilbert is saying, and it seems like there might be some other avenues we can explore along the lines of what you all were just talking about. Plus firming. So I appreciate the work that you've done to get the police department and the city attorney on the same page on the more serious issues, and whether landlords are fulfilling their responsibilities to tenants. That's one way to go at it. Anyway, I won't belabor it, but I think there's a little more to talk about there. But on the others, I'm pretty clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, and thanks, Mayor, for.
I'm sorry. There was one other thing. I think that looking at whether we want to give up a noise ordinance role at the city level is separate from this. I think we need to do this, and then if there's interest in looking at some of the details on the two noise ordinances, that's to me, that's a longer term and much bigger research project.
Councilmember Dabala, could I ask for a clarification on your request for information? You mentioned about you want us to research what.
So it's a question, and Director McNally, I'm sorry. I know we talked briefly about this today, whether or not there may be cost implications for the neighborhood services. We don't have a dollar amount, but I put this on his list of things to do today.
So it's already on the list.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah. We can get some numbers and ideas.
Yeah, I just want to understand the ask a little bit.
So the ask is, in order for neighborhood services to pick up the role of enforcing the two-party complaint system for noise, whether or not there would be some additional capacity needs. The volume of complaints is relatively low, but it could be the case that, I don't know, there may be a little bit of more staff FTE. I don't know, may not be staff FTE, but a need for there to be some modifications to systems we have in place to streamline the process for people to submit complaints. Like right now, the county's complaint system is through an online form. We have My TKPK. Like, is that something we want to use, or versus just sending an email to neighborhood services? I don't know. That's something that you all would need to talk through, and I think it would actually be beneficial for folks to talk through that in consultation with the police department as it relates to how the noise ordinance would need to be modified to fully address the adjudication, the two-party complaint process for staff, and whether or not there may need to be some additional resources based on other aspects of what you would need to modify in the code in order to fully address the aspects of the code that are currently covered under the noise board. All right, Councilmember Honzak.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, for putting this clear presentation together. I am of a similar mind as Landman and Schlegel, and I'm also fine to move that into a later conversation. Let's not immediately reject the county noise process, having seen what it is on paper and heard how it's working for them. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit sleepy, but I am also interested in looking at the county noise process as something that we might adopt ultimately.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one of the reasons for that, and maybe someone can set me straight here, is I am concerned about upcoming construction noise. Can anybody clarify whether that's the same as our current noise process? It is, right? I know, but the process would be the same. Like it would, right now, that falls on us. Yes, it's not going, the county doesn't get involved.
Councilmember Honzak,
Clocks and decimal meters.
there is a construction, there's such a thing as a noise waiver for construction process.
Right.
And the county can handle that for us. That the county handles that for construction projects in the city even, like SHA doing work at night or, and so
So
the
for,
entity
on
needs to-
private property, so let's take the hospital. Hospital is about to be demolished. If somebody has a complaint about noise coming from the site, let's say during the day, during the week, what happens?
That's a different question.
No, I mean, what happens? Does anybody know? And this may be something,
So-
I just, the only reason, I mean, this, I've been thinking lately, haven't really wrapped my head around construction. We haven't had a lot of big construction lately going, and there may be more. There's definitely going to be the hospital thing, and that's going to come up. And if we're not ready for that, anyway, so that's a question.
And I think, so for staff, if folks can ping that for Public Works to follow up with them. I know that
you.
usually when I've seen those permits at night, but sometimes they may also include certain aspects around daytime working hours. It just depends. But I think that's a better question for Daryl and her folks.
And
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand the question. The question is what happens in the event that someone complains about construction noise?
Yes.
And how does the city respond?
And how is the county involved? Yeah, I'd just like to understand which parts are city and which parts are county, and does it depend on the hour? Because I know it's going to happen.
Yeah, so I
and
think-
maybe over a prolonged period even, so.
Sure. I think there's a DPS requirement for sites to monitor their own
Yeah.
noise. And if there's a violation and it's a violation that's reported to the city, code enforcement would respond with a decimal reader. And if there's a violation, they would issue a notice of violation or a citation. And if it's on a weekend, usually in those instances, police go out and do the same thing, is my understanding.
Yeah, I'll speak for code enforcement. They'll go out there with a decimal reader or decibel reader, and if they see it's over, they usually won't move straight to a citation. Similar to with all property code cases, we try to be friendly about the first violation with a kind of either courtesy notice or just speaking with them directly. We'll just go up and knock on the door and then slowly move up from there, depending.
I think I heard, though, that, for example, our police, am I wrong about this, Councilmember Gilbert, that our police don't always carry decibel readers?
They have access to them. They don't carry them on board all
Right.
the time, but
Yeah, there may be some issues. I'd be interested to know if the county ever comes in. Anyway, because I know that's going to come up. Then mediation, yes, like to see that. I'm ambivalent on whether or not it's in the code, but I'm not ambivalent on the fact that I think it needs to appear prominently on our website in relation to noise and kind of really clear guidance, step 1, step 2, if this, then that. I like the concept of staffing dealing with noise complaints versus a board. It seems to me like, given the county and our own experience with these, pending what you find would be a staff requirement, it should be absorbable. It's very, very limited cases as far as we can tell. And then getting to the multifamily issue, I think we've hashed a lot of that out. I just want to share that I have had in my multifamilies some mentally unwell people, angry people, people who respond so angrily or even violently to the accusation that they are causing noise that no building manager, most of whom are women, by the way, in my cases, I think all of them have universally been women, are threatened themselves, have cameras in their offices, and are definitely not going to go knocking on anybody's door without a police officer. So I hear you. I think it would be unreasonable to think that these building managers would be able to deal with those sorts of cases in particular. And that is not therefore limited to just like parties or other things. So it sounds though like our code may be kind of working already for the police to get called and then them to respond to these things. And hopefully, if there is a record of that, I think what you're saying is that there's not an enforcement mechanism per se. So yeah, so I just want to throw that out there, that I think it's a reasonable expectation that our police are responding to this, not a reasonable expectation that code enforcement would do that. Okay, I think that covers it. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to remind folks, it is 11:35 and we have about 3 more minutes. Councilmember Schlegel?
Yeah, just real quick. Earlier I was saying that we would need to adjust the ordinance to make sure it was clear that in multifamilies, it was all the same address or something. But I'm convinced by, and that was if we were going to make that change. I prefer what you're saying, Councilmember Gilbert. I think our police officers are also peace officers. And just as Director McNally was saying, code enforcement takes a friendly approach. I think our police officers they're well trained to be able to take a friendly approach. And it's just a human relations issue unless it escalates to something further. And I would trust them to be able to come into buildings and do the things that maybe a building manager wouldn't feel comfortable doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Gilbert?
And I just wanted to state it for a record that I did not write that kid on a big wheel a ticket. I did.
I'm like, it's a baby on a big wheel.
But I did instruct the parents that they're responsible for the child's action, and that's the kind of where I was going with this. Is even when it comes to children, the parents are responsible for that. And I put them on notice, and I let them know what the ordinance stated, and then I let management know I did not write that child a citation. But I don't want to strip the officers of that ability to do those things, as Councilmember Schlegel stated. Thanks.
Great. Okay, so I think that I have a bit of feedback. We'll follow up with staff so that we can kind of brainstorm around next steps. And again, tentative work session will be slated for November the 19th. I don't want us to lose momentum and get bogged down to the point where we're not able to make the adjustments to the code and we're kind of back where we were. So part of me is I'm kind of pushing us forward and kind of moving this through. With that is all we have for this evening, and it's been a lot, but thank you all so much. And I just want to move for us to adjourn tonight's meeting. So moved. Everybody's good? All right, great. Everybody have a great night.